Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out nigga like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, all right, all right, all right. If y'all could hear me, man, if y'all could hear me, if y'all can hear me, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I think we okay. I don't know. My camera's. Oh, here we go. Oh, damn it. What happened? The mid. Hold tight, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. So I'm going to have to just start the show without my camera working, because I don't know what's going on. It's lit up. Everything is good, looks good on my end. I don't know why it keeps going out. Maybe it's the YouTube people, man. They coming to get me. They coming to get me. What's going on, everybody? It's Thursday evening. I usually don't do a Thursday evening show, but hey, I was talking to my youngest son this morning, and I told him these three things that I'm about to tell you. This is what I told my own blood son. And so, there's some things, life is about decisions. Life is about decisions. And some of the decisions that we have to make, man, I mean, unfortunately for us, sometimes they just ain't pretty. You know what I mean? Sometimes we got to make a decision. Sometimes we got to cut somebody loose, man. It ain't pretty. And sometimes our people look at us and they say, person like this. Oh boy. I can't seem to get my camera started, you guys. So I'll figure it out later. I'll figure out what's going on. Anyway, so yeah, life is about choices. You can make some good choices. We make good choices, some of us, and we make bad choices, some of us. All of us actually make good choices and bad choices. The thing you want to do in life is to make the least amount of bad choices and make the most amount of good choices and have less recovery time. We all in our lives gonna have recovery time from making bad decisions, right? You know what I mean? You pick the wrong career and you got to go back to school to get in the right career. When I say wrong career, I mean it's wrong for you, right? No, you're not getting the uh you're not getting the pay you want. You're not getting the recognition you want. You don't have the co-workers you want. I mean, it's just bad for you. But that's another situation, man. Shout out to Sister Enya. Glad to have you in the building, sis. We're gonna go over the three major decisions. I should have said they're major. These are in my opinion, these are the top three decisions that will affect anybody's life forever. Long as you're alive, man. You're gonna be known by these three decisions that you make that we're gonna go over tonight. I can't seem to get my camera started, man. Oh, praise be to Allah. I got it started. All right. So, what are we doing? What are we doing? So, first of all, let me thank Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. 16 to Life YouTube page. Go over check out 16 to Life YouTube page. Good dude, man. Let us use that music, man, for free. And but he's also a very talented young man. Going over to 16 to Life YouTube page and check him out, man. Shout out to Bolo TV, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. We're talking about the three major decisions in your life that will affect it good or bad, man. And I was having this discussion with my son this morning, right? My youngest son. We was just, talking. And I said, man, let me break this down to you real quick. My youngest son is 22 years old, right? So we just talking, man. And, what did you know when you was 22? I knew everything when I was 22, right? I had to get to 23 to figure out that I didn't know everything, right? It took me to about 40 to realize I don't know nothing. But meanwhile, back in the day, I thought I knew everything, right? And my father passed away when I was like about to turn 19 years old. He passed away, man, suddenly. suddenly. And so, we thought that we had a lot more time with him than we did. So we didn't take him as seriously as we should have, unfortunately. But he died from, my father died from, he had liver problem because he drank a lot. And then he also had lung problems. He had vein problems because he smoked a lot. Well, back in the day, man, back in the 40s and 50s, that's what you did. You came home, you had a cigarette and a drink, right? Oh, no problem, Cynthia. This was back in like 88. So this is a long time ago. It still hurts, but I mean, not like it did back then, right? But anyway, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I didn't really have nobody tell me a lot of this stuff, man. By the time my father was probably getting ready to lay it on me, he passed away suddenly. So I kind of had to learn this stuff on my own out there in the street. And the problem with that is you never know who you can trust. You never know who you can trust, man. Because I had some people try to put it on me, but you never know who you can trust, right? Speaking of trust and speaking of trust, man. Shout out to Curtis Harmon, man. I made a video. This is a sidebar real quick, y'all. I made a video, I don't know, maybe a year ago or so, talking about how I ran into this DJ named Curtis Harmon, right? So let me set the stage for y'all, man. So I was, me and my little friends, man, we had a ragtag little group of dudes, and we would I had the equipment and the records and the transportation, and they would just kind of hang out and spin records, and then afterwards I would take everybody to breakfast or whatever, right? so anyway, we had to call ourselves having a business back then, right? Or I called myself having a business because I was the only one paying anything, right? I was the only one buying gas and records and everything else. Everybody else wanted to get paid, and I was like, "But you guys ain't doing it. I mean, you come to spin records. I don't need you there if you would." But so they kind of backed off of that. But I said, anyway, we was a cool little group, and so we used to DJ all over Compton, right? Started out in Compton. So we used to DJ all over Compton, right? I can tell you about the time we got caught, 300 Crips in the backyard. Police came, sheriffs came, jammed everybody up, man. All the girls came and busted busted where we was doing DJ equipment. We had to leave the equipment out there and hide in the bathroom because people started shooting. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. And then we, like dummies, we went right back out there and did it again the next week, right? Anyway, so I the reason why I'm bringing up Curtis, because Curtis reached out to me, man, and said, wow, man. He said, man, wow, I'm humble, right? And I said, wow, Curtis remembered me. I didn't think he would remember me. but I was telling about, man, when me and Curtis met, we was at it was at Impact Record Pool in right out there on King Boulevard in Crenshaw. You know what I'm saying? And so I think back then it was I don't know if Curtis is listening. I think it was a Zodi's right there, right? It wasn't even the Crenshaw Mall yet. It was like a Zodi's or something, right? Across the street from and then it was Eminem Soul Food. They was in the parking lot they was in the same parking lot with Eminem Soul Food, right? I think it was a dance studio there too, right? And so anyway, we used to go in the Impact Record Pool. Like I said in the video, stuff would break back then. Stuff would break. A new record would break on the East Coast, and we wouldn't see it on the West Coast till about 2 months. I said 2 months, but I remember more like 6 months from the East Coast, maybe 2 months from Atlanta, but like 6 months from the East Coast, because it would work its way across, and it would be getting airplay, and it'd get airplay here, and it'll get airplay there, and it will move all across the country. Of course, now today, you can get a song that breaks it breaks everywhere all at the same time today. But back then, it little by little moved across the country. So anyway, so that's what they had us in the record pool for. The record pool would get us music. If it broke on the East Coast, we would get it right away. Anyway, Curtis worked at the record pool. Curtis worked at the record pool, right? But the other dudes was kind of shady, man. To me, they was just a little shady. But Curtis was a solid dude. He was a stand-up dude. And for some reason, man, like I said, I can't answer it today. Maybe one day I'll bring Curtis on, man, and let him tell the story. But for some reason, man, me and Curtis clicked. We both had like laid back personalities. We both was like just into the music, man. We was really into the music. And so me and Curtis clicked. And so the other dudes really didn't care for me too much. But me and Curtis took a liking to me, man, kind of took me under his wing. So Curtis would feed me gigs. He would give me DJ gigs, right? Because Curtis was always Curtis was a professional, man. I mean, he had professional equipment. We had just, turntables, mixers, and records. That was it. We didn't have no elaborate lights and setup and all that. Curtis was a professional, right? So when people and he was on the radio, he was on 1580 K-Day. He was on the radio. He was a DJ on the radio. So people would call up to the station offering Curtis gigs a lot, right? A lot. So, but a lot of them wasn't paying Curtis. They wasn't paying that much, right? Curtis was like used to getting like $1,500. I don't even know, probably more than that. But he would say, Clarence, I ain't gonna work for less than $1,500. No, I can't even do that. He said, all that equipment I'm gonna bring over there, man, it's just not worth it. So they would call up K-Day and they said, hey, can you guys send us a DJ? Can you guys turn us on to a DJ? They say, how much you paying? They'd be like $400, $300, right? So they would call for Curtis. So Curtis would turn that stuff on to me. He said, man, Clarence, you got your little crew? Go on over there, man. I ain't touching nothing like that, right? So Curtis would hook it up. We would go over there and make some money and spend some records, man, have a good time. Nice places too, man. Curtis would send us to nice places in LA, man. It wasn't the stuff that I was getting on my own. Stuff I was getting on my own was in Compton, Linwood, Watts, stuff like that, right? Curtis would send me to nice places in LA, right? Where, very upwardly mobile black people, man, in Los Angeles, man. So anyway, shout out to Curtis Harmon, man. He responded to me, man, and I haven't talked to this man in probably, oh gosh, man, it's probably since 89, 90, because what happened is Curtis was feeding me all these DJ gigs, man, for about a year and a half, 2 years, whatever. And so abruptly he said, hey, Clarence, I'm going to be leaving, man. He said, I'm out of here. And I was like, what? You know what I mean? I was like, what happened? I mean, I was going to miss the money, but I was going to miss him more because he was always trying to give me game about the industry, right? He was always trying to give me some little game. Hey, Clarence, don't do this, don't hook up with this, don't. He would always try to give me a little game. And so I was like, man, I'm going to miss him because he's a good dude. So Curtis said, but he came in one day and said, man, he said, they made me an offer in Japan. I cannot refuse it. He said, I can't refuse it. He said, I can't do it, man. He said, so I'm gonna be gone. He said, but you'll make it, man. You'll be able to do it. And I did, because by that time I had made a name for myself anyway. So people would call me, and I was doing other stuff. I was DJing at a store called The Warehouse back in, and so on Saturdays, and people would just run up in there and say, oh, I'm having a party later on the day. Can you come and DJ? And I would get gigs like that. So it was all good, man. It was all good, but it was good to see the brother, man, hear from the brother, man. Maybe I'll bring Curtis on and we can laugh about it, tell that story, man, of back in the day when we used to be, when he used to hook me up, man. That brother hooked me up with so much. I feel like bad, man. I didn't even know the game. I should have been breaking Kurt off, but I didn't even know the game back then, man. I didn't even know how to do the game. I was so green. And Curtis never said, hey, man, you need to, hey, I'm helping you get these gigs, man. You might want to, let me taste the water a little bit, right? Kurt never said nothing like that. He always was a professional dude, cool dude, man. He never said nothing. And you know, I'm the one that figured it out after, you know, 30 years later. I'm like, oh man, I should at least been getting him like $50 out of the deal, right? He should have been getting at least just a finder's fee, right? I was still clearing so much money, you know, from what I had to do. But shout out to Curtis Harmon, man. Yeah, man, he hit me back on this one, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Solid cat, man. But I just want to acknowledge him, man. So, Clarence, we don't know. We don't believe you. Okay, go and Google Curtis Harmon. Go Google him, man. He was very renowned DJ. Very renowned DJ, man. And you can go Google him and check out his Google. But, you know, just remember that your little brother used to hang with Kurt. I used to be like running behind Kurt like a little puppy. I used to run behind Kurt, man. Kurt used to feed me so much, man. I made so much money off of Curtis Harmon, man. Golly, I don't need, you know what I'm saying? At the time, I was green. I didn't think, man, I should be breaking the dude off, man. We should, you know, continue this. And that's only right, you know what I mean? But I didn't think about it like that back then. I was a business person. I wasn't a business person back then. Got a little gnat in here. I was a business person back then. But shout out to Curtis Harmon. I'm gonna reach out to him, man. Maybe we can get him on the show and he could tell you, man, what kind of stuff he's into, rather, because you know a lot about me, but you could find out about one of my mentors, which is DJ Curtis Harmon. Shout out to Curtis Harmon. Shout out to 1580K Day. Okay. Yeah, that's reminiscing about those days, man, makes me laugh, man, because I was just so green. and them other dudes, man, they just did not like me for whatever reason, man. And Curtis, for whatever reason, he took me under his wing, man. He's like, man, you know, I'm gonna school this dude, man. So that's why maybe I'm the same way, where I would take extra time with a dude that probably everybody else has said, Clarence, he ain't worth it. Clarence, he ain't worth the time. Probably stuff people, not only Curtis did that, but a lot of people did this in my life, man, where they just like, they saw that other people didn't like me for whatever reason, and they just took me up under their wing. So that's probably why I'm kind of like the same way. I kind of take the underdog under my wing if you want to learn. All right, y'all, let's get back to what we came to talk about. The 3 decisions that will give your life good or bad energy, right? So the first one you probably might not think, oh, this is something that would apply, right? But this is the first one. How you make your money. How you make your money, man, that's a very important decision. Because if you don't make the right decision, man, you could put yourself in a position where you get desperate and you start making silly moves, right? I was watching, how many of you guys watch, there's a show out there called Hoarders, right? Hoarders. And I forgot where, oh God, I forgot what channel it's on, man, but it's called Hoarders. Buried Alive. Yeah, that's what's called. Hoarders, Buried Alive, right? And it talks about these people, man, where something happens in their lives, man, and they start hoarding whatever. They start hoarding and they start stacking up stuff everywhere. You can't even get in the house. You know, the kids can't get in the house, their husband can't get in the house, their wife can't get in the house, whatever, right? They just hoard everything, man, and it spills out into the yard, everything, right? Well, I was watching this episode of Hoarders, and this lady she had a free and clear house, and she started taking out seconds on her house, took out a second, and then a third, and then a fourth. Before she turned around, man, she didn't even own this house no more. She was upside down this house, right? She couldn't do nothing but give it away, right? The banks really owned it, right? But she was put in that situation. Why? Because she was a ventriloquist. She was a ventriloquist. And when that kind of went out of play, she didn't go back nowhere and get no another skill that could apply to that situation, right? That could apply where she could actually make some money. And I'm talking about for us, it's the same, right? When we go to school, our children go to school and they get these degrees in stuff where there's not a lot of capital to be made, where they can't at least, you want to get a degree in something where you go, at least there's a way for you to make money where you can take care of yourself, right? You shouldn't really be getting a degree in something where you got to have what's the point if you got to have an extra job on the side? It's not no point in it, right? So we got to teach our children. I was talking to my son this morning. I said, son, what you want to do? He said, well, I don't know. I just want to farm, right? I just want my own farm. And I said, okay. He said, I'm getting a degree in biology. I said, okay. I said, what types of jobs pay where you're going to be able to save money, because to save money, you have to be able to live off of your income plus put money to the side. What kind of jobs in biology are you going to be able to, you're going to have to let you make enough money to take care of all your living expenses, plus put money to the side so that you can save up money to buy a farm? What kind of job, and what kind of job you gonna have? What kind of annual salary are you gonna have to be able to do that? Huh? What? Huh? I said, son, very simple. Take the house you want to buy. Take the and look and go see how much an amortized loan for that piece of property would cost you. That monthly payment. Add that to all your probable monthly expenses. The car you want to drive. See how much that loan payment would be. All of that, the monthly payment. Multiply that times 12. You need that plus 15%. That's your annual salary if you want to have those things. Huh? I said, I know, huh? I said, that's what you need if you want to save up and buy the farm, right? Or open up a business or whatever you want to do. You got to save money. That's the only way you're going to be able to do it. I mean, you're not out there flipping birds, so you're going to have to save you some money, right? You got to make money the old-fashioned way. You got to get out there and earn it, right? So I'm telling him all this stuff, man. And he's kind of looking like, man, you making this thing complicated. It's not, I just get a job. It's no problem. I said, no, son, you got to focus. It ain't just getting a job. When you go out there to get in the job market, you got to compete. You got to compete. And then you might have to compete for a job that you ain't even making the money that you want to make. That's what you got to keep your eye open for. But I really like biology. I'm not telling you not to be in biology, but you need to taper your education towards a field or a job, a caveat that's going to pay what you need in order to save money and take care of your daily living expenses. But a lot of our children, see, why y'all think we started the Urban Warrior Academy Incorporated? We started that because we know that these young men are not getting this kind of training through the U.S. public school system. They not. So, Clarence, you saying the teachers are bad? I'm not saying the teachers are bad. The teachers can only teach the approved curriculum. They can only teach the approved curriculum. If they teach other than that, they're subject to discipline, right? They can't tell these young black men, hey, you got to wear a suit to an interview. No, I don't. I don't see nobody else wearing no suit. I shouldn't have to wear no suit. No, son, you don't understand. You don't understand. You need to wear a suit. Everybody else don't wear it. They need to wear a suit. We're not talking about them. We're talking about you. You need to wear a suit to this interview and to every interview. That's what you need to do. Why? And so, you got to explain this stuff to them. They don't kind of get it sometimes. I say, no, son, you got to wear a suit. Shout out to Arshawn, by the way. Glad to have you in the building. My brother, good to see you. Sister Annie said some things are a want and not a need, though. I would like a car, but I don't need a car. It's tough though. I don't know where you live, Sister Annie, but this is Los Angeles, California. And you probably do yourself a favor having your own transportation. Because public transportation is unsanitary and it's takes a lot longer, and you subject to other people and what they got to do. Shout out to Sister Enya, by the way. Sister Annie, by the way. Glad to see you in the building, sis. You subject to so many other things in California. Well, I'm talking about California. Let me talk about where I live. I live in Los Angeles. And if you're on public transportation, I mean, that doesn't mean you're a bad person or anything like that, but it just it uses up a lot of your time. If you have your own transportation, you could save lots of time. Sister Annie said, I'm in NYC. I agree, though. Public transportation is horrible. Yeah, NYC, though, man, I think the public transportation system is a lot better than out here in Los Angeles. It's not as public transportation is not as efficient here. We have it, but it's not as efficient. But I'll get to that in a minute. Right now, how you making your money? How are you gonna make money? How are you gonna see the way you make your money is the way you take care of yourself and sustain yourself. Are you gonna be a pimp, a hustler? Are you gonna have a 9-to-5 job? These kids today, man, they think you have a 9-to-5 job. They think you a sucker. Or you a sucker because you got a job. You're a sucker because you go to work every day. They don't see the sacrifice in that. Well, they do, and they see sacrificing for other people is a sucker move. That's what they look at it like. Why? Because God is not really in their thinking process, woven into their thinking process. When you got God woven into your thinking process, sacrifices just come with the territory. That come with the territory. So how you gonna make money? Like I said, I tell these young men it's simple to figure out. Okay, you want that house? That house costs $500,000. Okay, $500,000. If you amortize $500,000 over 30 years, you get that monthly payment. Multiply that times 12. That's what your annual salary should start being. Don't forget your car. Add that car into it. That's 5 years, 7 year amortized payment. Multiply that by 12. Add that to that, and now you got your car note and your house note. You ain't bought no food. You ain't bought no clothes. You ain't bought nothing yet. That's just so. If you are, in other words, if you're striving for a job or a career, the ultimate goal should be to take care of yourself, be able to have your own place, be able to have your own vehicle, transportation, and it should be ultimately to save some money so that you can try and start another stream of income by investing in something else. Right? How you make money is very important. It's very important because if you make money the wrong way, the alphabet boys will come looking for you. Or you could get yourself caught up in so many different things, right? We saw the story about, what's his name? Alpo Martinez. And all these other guys that get caught up in the drug thing, right? Because the money comes so easy. But at some point, you start stepping on somebody's toes, or somebody want what you got. You start swimming with the wolves. You know what I mean? And one of these wolves gonna catch you slipping one day. I mean, you got so many on your tail. Eventually, they catch you slipping sooner or later. right? Like they went to the dude's house. They couldn't find him, right? They wanted him. They couldn't find him. So they went to his family's house. Bust in, down there, they killed almost everybody in the house. The people that they didn't kill was on an accident, looking for the safe where the money was at. Imagine somebody go to your mama house, bust your mama house down, did everybody in the house because you was selling drugs and they couldn't catch up to you. But that's how that gang goes, man. That's why you got to think about what you're doing out here. You got to think about what you're doing, man. These dudes will kill you over $100 worth of weed. Look at Smokey and Big Worm, right? They bust you down over $100, $200 worth of weed, man. Let alone some big drug money. So how you make your money matters. Go out there, see what you want, but don't cut no corners. That's what I got to tell my son all the time. My son is a habitual corner cutter. He's a habitual corner. If I say take out the trash, he'll empty some of it. You know what I'm saying? He's the type of dude. He's just rebellious, man. He'll just innocent. I gotta say, make sure you empty that thing all the way, right? And he'll come back and say, well, you didn't say empty it all the way. You know what I mean? I mean, he'll just say something crazy like that. But he's in that rebellious point in his life right now, right? And I'm like, okay. It's your life, not mine, partner. You know, he's starting back school. And so, you know, I'm trying to get him to see, hey, bruh, you ain't gonna win being lazy. You ain't gonna win being lazy. Trust me, I know. I already tried. You ain't gonna win being lazy. All right, so I think I made my point on how you make money. That's a very serious decision you're gonna make here. You can make your life go in a good way or a bad way. You can make money the easy way, and you can make money for about 5 years, 10 years. Then now these people ain't playing with these drug sentences, man. These non-violent drug sentences, they trying to give you 20. Thank you, Bill Clinton. They're giving you 20, 30 football years, 40, 50 years. Intent to distribute, man. They're giving you magnanimous years, man. Come on, y'all. We got to get our sons, and it's typically our sons that are making these bad decisions money-wise, because they got the pressure of wanting to make money on top of the pressure of trying to show the girls that they got all this money to spend so that the girl will be interested in him. They don't realize the girl shouldn't be interested in you because the money you got to spend. She should be interested in you because you on God's program, and you don't realize that. They don't realize that. But we're going to get to that in a minute. We're going to get to that in a minute. You guys, did we cover making money? Okay, we covered it, man. This one's going to be quick. We're not going to be out here a long time, y'all. Shout out to Fagoda. We're not going to be out here a long time. I wrote it down here. Oh, yeah, man. I mean, what's the deal, man? What's the deal? What's the deal? Let's do the next one. Let's do the next one. Y'all ready? All right. Number two. The number two thing that's going to decide how your life is going to go. What you eat. What you eat. All clans don't go there because, see, you Muslim and you talking about not eating pork. Yes, I am. It's not a good meat to eat. So, well, really, meat itself is not good for you. It's not a good for you. A little protein, maybe, but not on a regular basis all the time. Lots of meat. That is not really good for you. That's how bodybuilders get that big, because of the overdosing on all that protein. Basically, it's a protein overdose, right? But what's the deal, man? What's the deal? Dog it. What you eat matters. If you eat bad food for 30 or 40 years, What you think you're going to feel like at 40, 50 years old? Your arms going to be creaking. Your legs you're going to have all types of ailments, right? The Elijah Muhammad gave us supreme wisdom, and he talked about the diet that this man had, where he ate all types of different foods, right? And he ate they don't call it pork, they call it poison meat. He said he was a poison meat eater, right? And he had all this bad food. Then he went in to talk about how he had all these ailments, high blood pressure, bad knees, bad back, bad all this stuff. And he was only like in his 40s, right? But he was just toe up from the flow up, right? That's how some of us could get, man, if we continue to eat bad food. Well, what's bad food, Clarence? That depends on you. I can tell you some outright bad foods, like pork is not a good meat to eat. Really meat is not good for us, our digestive system, but a little protein can help you, right? But you got to know that foods high in fat, high in hydrogenated oils, right? That's not good, man. That's not good for us. Processed foods, right? Not good for us. Why? Because of all the chemicals they got to put in there to preserve the food. It's not good for your system. Our systems are based on fresh food. That's the way the human body is based on. It's based on fresh food. And, doggone it. Right? The human body is based on fresh food. Shout out to Vagoda. Vagoda says, Clarence, may I ask you something? What do you think about the interview with Noah Armini? Oh my God, man. I can't go into it right now, Vagoda, but I will. I'll tell you about it later. Anyway, yeah, so fresh food, right? That's what the human body is based on, fresh food. It wasn't built to eat highly cooked foods, highly cured foods, and highly foods that are high in what do you call that? Hydrogenated oils and other MSG and all that. I noticed y'all. All right, here we go. We're trying to see if we can get something going. Oh man, I can't believe, man. My I gotta get a new dude. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get me a new camera because I don't know why this camera keeps going out. Anyway, we're not supposed to eat foods that's bad. We're not, but we don't know what's bad, right? Because they've been telling us these foods are good. Oh, this food is good for you, Clarence. Eat this. Should I eat it? Yeah. Eat it. It's fine. It's okay, Clarence. Just eat this food. And I'm like, what? What is it? It's massive amounts of sugar, massive amounts of salt, plus, hey, everything to clog up your artery, plus the hydrogenated oils, the whole recipe to clog up your arteries and give you diabetes. Great recipe, right? What you eat, man, and see, we got to have a cumulative effect. It's a cumulative effect. See, because John Black, in one of his books, he said the reason why people still eat poison food is because they don't just explode right away. He said if they would explode right away, they would not eat it. He said, but because they don't explode right away, it takes 40 or 50 years for the cumulative effect to occur. That's when, and by the time it occurs, there's no back door out of it. You've already, you know what I'm saying? Now you got to go and get surgery, or you got to go get on some type of program or something like that because you done burnt something up. What we eat is going to either save our lives or take us out. I know you guys heard that before. What we eat is going to either take us, save our lives, or take us. So that was another thing I was telling my son. What you eat is so important. It's so important. Nobody wants to be, what do you call that? Nobody wants to be on dialysis. Who wants to be on dialysis? Who wants to be on? Who wants to be have heart failure and all that? But hey, we killing ourselves because we're eating. They made food that's not good for us fair seeming, and they don't say to you, "Hey, okay, there's a McDonald's on your block, okay, but you shouldn't be eating there every day or every other day. You shouldn't be eating there. You should eat there maybe once every 6 months. That give your body enough time to digest all that MSG. Do you know what MSG does to the body? Come on, y'all. I know, but I know, Clarence, I'm running around, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Sometimes I gotta just get me something from the fast food place. Okay, if that's your decision, okay. I'm not telling you you're a bad person. I'm just telling you the truth so you can make a better decision about what you're gonna do with your body. That's all. I want you all to live a long time. The time gonna come where they're gonna say, "Hey, did any of y'all listen to brother? Brother was trying to tell y'all. Yeah, here I am." What you eat is complete, man. My son, I tell him, I said, "Man, you know what? Can't eat mac and cheese every day. You can't eat this every day." Not that he does, but I'm just telling him, you gotta watch what you eat. Because I always been a no pork person since about the age of 21. I've been a no pork person since the age of 21, right? But I know my family, they might sneak and do something behind my back, especially my older sons, right? They might, they might have some pepperoni pizza or something like that because they know as long as I don't see it, I'm not going to be able to say nothing, right? But I'm like, okay. But that's on y'all. That's on y'all. When you got that liver cancer and all that stuff, a lot of these ailments that we have is based on the food that we eat. Strictly, it's based on the food that we eat. God don't love me. What you want God to do, man? You eating these pork chop sandwiches and guzzling down a 2-liter pop at every meal. What you want God to do? How's it God's fault? God ain't putting that. Shout to Scam Likely. God ain't pushing that food up to your face. He's not. He's not. God's trying to help you by putting other foods out here. And now you got supplements out here. Listen to me. Listen to me, all of y'all. We go to say, I've been avoiding pork since the age of 0. Yeah, well, we know. We know, but go to you Jewish. So we know you. That's a no-no for you, right? But I'm saying, most of us in America, black people in particular, that's all we've ever been given to eat is pork. We were slaves. That's what they used to give us, the parts of the pig that they didn't want. And we had to find a way to cook it. The feet, the necks, the guts. We had to find a way to make that and eat that and survive off of that. Right? But now we have a choice. God have came and now we have a choice. Well, we have information to decide. We can decide for ourselves. We were slaves, we couldn't decide what we want to eat. Now we can decide for ourselves what we gonna eat. And many of us still choose to eat those kinds of food. Scam said, he said, food diet, talk to Jay Speed. I appreciate that, man. I hope Jay Speed is healthy and he's eating a good diet. We trying to. He said, talk to Mandrill, Jay Speed, world class. I said, hey, I'm trying to do the same thing. But I'm telling these young fellas, Scam, I'm telling these young fellas, Leave that stuff alone. Pagoda said, they also give you to eat lobster. No, I said, yes. Yes. They tell us to eat lobster. They tell us to eat crabs and shellfish. Yes. And we were told not to eat them. Well, put it like this, Pagoda. Me as a Muslim following Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, following the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, we were told that there's some foods that you shouldn't eat, right? Crabs, certain vegetables, the lima bean. He said the lima bean will blow the stomach off of a pig, right? He said certain beans got to leave them alone, right? So there's some things that you should not eat. But he said there's some things that are forbidden to eat. They're forbidden, right? Pork is forbidden. That's forbidden to eat. That means ain't no, oh, I was stuck in this situation, I had to eat it. That ain't, no. Maybe that might be the only time you can get away with it, saying this is all they gave me to eat. But in most cases, that ain't gonna be no excuse. Scam said avoid processed meat. Yeah, should avoid it at all costs if you can. We'll go to say, I want to eat lobster and octopus too. Now, we were told to leave all of that kind of stuff alone. All of that kind of stuff alone. Scam said avoid anything made in a lab, garage, or AutoZone parking lot. Read the label. Yeah, man, but see, that's why Elijah Muhammad told us the only thing you should be getting out of a supermarket is like a fork or a knife or something like that. He said most of the food they got in there, you should just leave it alone. You should be going to what are those things they have in the street? The fresh market place thing. He said that's probably where you should be getting most of your food. You shouldn't be going to the supermarkets getting no food because they're gonna over process everything. And then you get these ailments at young ages, 40, 50 years old. The Bible said a baby would be 100 years old. A baby. That'll be a baby. But they wasn't eating three meals a day. They wasn't eating 3 high starch meals a day. They were eating 1 meal a day, sometimes 1 meal every other day, depending on the kind of work they did. Because the Elijah Muhammad taught us every time you eat, you take a day off your life. I'm going to say that again. Go read The Message to the Black Man in America. He said, every time you eat, use your stomach, you take a day off your life. Oh, boy. Scan said, avoid anything, man. Go outside the U.S. and go to grocery stores and look at what we eat. That's the problem, Scam. That's why you gotta supplement. I supplement my diet. I supplement. I take more supplements than food, probably. Why? Because I get my nutrition straight from the supplement, not from the food. I'm not expecting to get my nutrition from the food. I'm trying to. I think most of us are getting flavors from the food, really not getting its nutrition, especially food grown in America. It really is tapped out of the nutrition, and they put so many chemicals in it. But I'm a vegan. Doesn't matter if the food is made in America, it's going to be nutrition deficient. You have to supplement your diet. You have to, if you want to live and you pain without pain and all types of ailments. You have to supplement your diet. You have to. I'm vegan though. I don't care if you're vegan. I don't care if you're carnivorous or vegan. You have to supplement your diet. Scam say outside the U.S. they eat this hard thing to find called real food. Yeah, they eat real food out there, man. But see, they don't believe in what do you call that? They understand that they're poisoning people putting all them chemicals in the food. They understand that. And they don't have big lobbyists like in America, right? Lobbyists for the food industry. They have more money than God, right? The food industry, the cigarette industry, and the food industry, cigarette industry, and the power industry. They have more money than God. I mean, these people. Food and Drug Administration, they got more. They got lobby people hitting them up every day. Go say in any case, Clarence, a lot of people here that eat pork and shrimps. I decided myself a long time ago that I would not eat pork in my specific case. Yeah, but we know that it's that's a no-no for the Jews, right? You know that. That's why you have what's called kosher foods, right? But it should be a no-no here for most of us. But they constantly marketing these, Carl's Jr., McDonald's, KFC, Arby's, all of these different food chains that serve flavored death, right? That's what they basically did. You call it flavored death, right? He said, Clarence, the spices that we can put on the food are really toxic. As Homo sapiens, we evolved that we will be immune to them and could use them. You know what? I don't know. I don't get into that, Pagoda. All I know is what you eat can either make or break you. You see these big bodybuilders, man. You check them out at about 50, 60 years old. They're not looking so good. Case in point, I don't know if you guys heard of a guy named Ronnie Coleman. Ouch. Go check out Ronnie Coleman. Holy smokes. The guy literally has no back. He has metal in his back. Right? Can't walk, can't run, can't do anything except lift more weights. Scam said in the U.S., the most healthy food in commercials is dog food, right? Probably, Scam, if you went to the dog food and see by nutrition, the dog food might probably have more nutrients in it than regular food. But I ain't eating no dog food. I ain't eating no dog food, man. I just got to watch what I eat. You know what I'm saying? I'm not perfect. Don't get me wrong, y'all. I ain't perfect, man. I'm learning on this. I'm on this journey too with y'all. I'm on the journey too. Yeah, dog food commercials. You're right, Scam. Dog food commercials do. That is a very subtle thing, Scam, that nobody can see. Well, not nobody, but a lot of people don't even catch. When they selling dog food, they selling about how much healthier the dog is going to be, right? You are so right, Scam. I didn't even think about that. You're right. They emphasize the health of the dog by eating the food, right? It's the exact opposite with us, man. They don't emphasize the health of the food you eat. Not typically, especially at a chain restaurant place. No. What do they emphasize, Scam? The price. This is cheaper than this. This is a good price. They emphasize the price for human beings and they emphasize the health for the dogs. Wow. I hope y'all caught that. Scam Likely brought up a good point. When they sell food to humans, they emphasize the price. When they sell food to dogs, that's when they emphasize the health. Yikes. Because there's a lot of vegans here and vegan missionaries. Do you have a lot of vegan missionaries in the USA? I don't know. We got a lot of people that's vegan, and I would say it's better to be vegan. But when you break it down, if you're vegan and you're getting your vegan food from and it's made in the United States, you're not really getting a big bang for your buck. Now, if you supplement in that vegan lifestyle, then maybe you could get a bigger buck bang for your buck. But if you're just eating food made in America, even if you're vegan, it's not getting the bang for your buck at all, right? Scam said we have just as many medicine commercials as food commercials. I think we have more medicine commercials, Scam. Much more medicine commercials, I believe. Maybe because I'm older and that's kind of stuff that they send my way. But ay. Medi-Cal, Medicare, this, that, they got this drug. I thought, man, they sued this one company for millions and millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. And I thought, man, they put them out of business. I know they always releasing these things, what do you call that? Medicines. And I'm saying to myself, how can they be releasing all these medicine? But they got it in at the Food and Drug Administration, man. They got it in. Okay, just sign here, make a fund so that people get hurt, and away you go. And they just make another medicine under another name and under another little company. They're off to the races. Scam said McMedicines will be opening soon. It probably will. Probably will. What they did, Scam, is they caught all these. See, what they did is they had these pain clinics. And they had these pain clinics, and these doctors were just prescribing whatever. You come walking in saying, I need Valium, I need this and that. They were just prescribing everything. They caught them all, though. They caught these two white boys in Florida, man. These white boys was making so much money, they had them. Every night they had taken the money out in big old trash bags, in those trash buckets. They're taking a couple of those trash buckets out every day. That's how much money they was making in medicine. I know there's a lot of money to be made in medicine, but damn. So then he said, I'm not avoiding sleep, though. Good night, bro. See, it's late for me here. Great conversation. Thanks, Sister Enya. Appreciate the poetess, Sister Enya. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Take care here. Scam said, barbecue ibuprofen. It's coming. You making fun, Scam. That's coming. That's coming. Sweet and sour Levitra, fried acetaminophen. Hey, all that's coming. All that's coming. Once they get most of the country on these medications, man, they're gonna start making them in different flavors. But but those are the ones that's gonna stick, right? Because what they do, this is what I know the scam. They will put a medicine out. It'll last maybe 2 years. Then they'll start saying, have you been hurt by this medicine? Contact this lawyer group, right? And so it don't even last long enough for them to make it in nice flavors, right? Scam said, I'd like to order a bacon Whopper, fries, and roasted Mucinex, please. Yeah, I used to be on the bacon Whoppers, man. When I was a teenager, I used to be on the bacon Whoppers, man. Elijah Muhammad got me out of that, man. But I mean, woo, I used to be on them bacon Whoppers, man. Okay. Yeah. So, hey, what you eat is the main thing, man. Is if you eat bad food, because the one thing I'm trying to get across to you guys, it's a cumulative effect, right? Some of this poison food is cumulative. See, that's what the FDA wants to know. You ain't gonna fall out right away, so they'll let them sell you this poison, and it accumulates in your body. All of a sudden, it's cancerous. It becomes cancerous, right? Because you don't know that it's underlying. They're destroying the DNA. That's another one, Scam. High fructose corn syrup. That one was a hard one for me, boy, because I used to like that, V8 and all of those fruit punches and stuff. I still like fruit punch, but I know I can't have it. I know I got to really, like maybe once or twice a year, something like that. I can't have it, but man, I still like it though. My favorite thing that I can't have is grape soda. I used to love grape soda, man. I used to love grape soda. And let me tell you where I got my love for grape soda. Man, there used to be y'all think Popeyes is the bomb. Let me tell you what the Popeyes was back in the day. Popeyes back in the day was Pioneer Chicken. I don't know if y'all remember Pioneer Chicken. Well, Pioneer Chicken was the Popeyes of its day, right? And it was so good, man. You could get a two pieces of chicken, a leg and a thigh, or a breast and a wing, fries and a roll, and a grape soda. They was the only ones that sold grape soda as a fountain drink at the time. And I was like, oh man, it needs to be one right here in LA, right where, remember when the riots broke out? Well, when you saw that corner, it was a gas station there, right? That used to be a Pioneer Chicken when I was a kid, right? We used to go to that Pioneer Chicken in the 70s and get the Pioneer boxes of chicken, the dinner box, right? Like, I don't know, 8 or 9 pieces of chicken, a couple fries, and some other whatever else they threw in there, coleslaw, whatever, right? We used to go to Florence and Normandy. It's a gas station there now, right? At the southeast corner. It's a gas station, right? Been a gas station for like, I don't know, 30, 40 years, right? But in the 70s, go look it up. In the 70s, there was a Pioneer Chicken there. And that's why they had the best grape soda, man. Oh man. I get the 2-piece and a grape soda. Yeah. But now I gotta leave all that alone, right? I gotta leave all that alone now, man. Scam said, after changing my diet, my body rejects 90% of fast food. Yeah, me too, man. I can't eat at McDonald's. I can't eat at these places, man. I just can't do it. I'll be up all night, man. I will be up all night having intestinal jujitsu going on. Oh man. Scam said, cane sugar tastes better anyway. See, well, they never let us taste it, Scam. They won't let us taste cane sugar. They won't put that in. Why? Because it's cheap. It's you can't what do you call that? It's they can't make as much money off of it. Because all this really boils down to money. So since these people ain't looking out for you, like Scam said, they're only preaching health. They're only preaching health when it comes to dog food. When it comes to people food, they talk about how cheap it is, the price, right? So that tells you right there what their mentality is. They want to give your dog health and you unhealth, dis-ease. Your body should be at ease. When your body's at ease, all the systems are running properly. There is no stress on the body. Everything is running smoothly like it's supposed to. But when your body's at dis-ease, that means it's not running like it's supposed to. There's a chink in the armor somewhere, right? There's a chink in the chain somewhere, right? All right, y'all. This one's gonna be real quick. We did the 2 things. What was the first one? The first one is how you make your money. How you make your money. Are you gonna be able to sleep at night? Right? If you're a female, you go out there escorting. Okay. Are you gonna be able to sleep at night? Right? You out there pimping. Are you gonna be able to sleep at night? Right? See, you don't want to be doing nothing where people are gonna be looking over your shoulder and coming to get you. And then on top of that, you can get visited by the FBI or any assortment of the alphabet boys. Any assortment of the alphabet boys can come and visit you. And like I know, y'all know, when the alphabet boys come after you, I mean they got so much going on. They have so much. They got more than enough to slide you under the jail. they whenever they come walking in the door, they always had a deal right there with them because they already know, hey, bro, if we take this out, let's just save us all some money. If we take this all the way to trial, you a gunner. Right. Man. Shout out to Bolo TV. Bolo TV. What's going on with you, man?
I'm good, my G. How are you?
I'm all right, man. I got to change out this camera, man. But other than that, I'm good, man.
I'm good to be here, man. What's family? What's the deal? How you doing?
Yeah, man. I'm doing good, man. How about you? How's family, man?
Everyone's good, man. I can't complain. I'm here.
All right. Well, let me set you up, man. So
okay,
this morning, man, I'm talking to my baby boy, right?
Yeah.
And we were just having a conversation. And I was telling him that, you know, maybe he need to let go of some of his friends. I said, if they're not helping you to progress, they're not, you know, pushing you in the right direction, maybe you should let them go. I mean, maybe if they talking like, because he said, well, I got a friend that, you know, my friends are always smoking weed. And I said, okay. I said, you smoking it too? He said, sometimes. I said, well, you told me that you don't want to smoke weed, but you hanging out with people that do. So maybe you got to cut them loose. He is like, these are my friends. And I was like, so what? They're not doing nothing for you but leading you in the wrong direction. I know you grew up with them and all of that, but we all have that point in time when we become adults. We got to evaluate relationships and say, okay, this is not good for me. Right? So I'm having that conversation with him. So I came up with the 3 things that I think is very important for young guys to know. And I understand that the United States school system is not going to tell them this stuff. We have to tell them this stuff. The first thing I told him was that you got to watch the way how you make your money. Got to be very careful how you make your money. You got to be on point with that, because if you don't, it lead to poverty and all kind of other stress that you could have. Like I said, the alphabet boys chasing you. Who knows? Then we talked about what you eat. Certain things that you know you probably shouldn't eat, but a lot of things you don't know, right? Because they make it fair seeming. So we talked about that. Now we're going to go into the third thing. But before I go into the third thing, brother, do you have anything you want to elaborate or expound on, or put your version of the story out there?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a few scriptures that we can go to that, you know, speaks toward what you're saying, right? Because I know you're a spiritual man and you run your house through the spirit of truth. So 1 Corinthians 15:33 says, do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. This is the spirit, right? When we go to 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14, do not be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. So this happens not only in friendships, but this also happens in marriage.
Yes, sir.
Like, you know, one person might follow something else, you know, Buddha, and you follow being a Hare Krishna. And, you know, at first it was the honeymoon, everything seemed smooth, but then the meticulous things that you looked over, it starts to be really big. Every little small sand seems like a big boulder. So what the Lord is telling you is, you know, be around people that think like you. Be around people that move like you move, because again, you know, you don't want to be corrupted, because either 2 things are going to happen. Either you're going to sway them to you, or they're going to sway you to them. That's the inevitable. That's what's going to happen. So the Lord is telling you, do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers, right? So if you're a believer, don't be around those that are unbelievers, because at the end of the day, there has to be something that keeps you in their company, right? It's not a thing where you're ministering, you're hanging out, right? So you have to understand something is going to sway you. That's why he said that corruption will corrupt character. Then he says, for what fellowship, what friendship has righteousness with lawlessness. So these words that he is using is very important. Fellowship, that's breaking bread, that's chilling. What fellowship do they have? They have none. And what communion? Another word of breaking bread and building and spending time with each other and getting to know one another, right? Has light with darkness. And what accord has Christ Belial? Belial means do whatever you want. It was about, it's a Hebrew word that means lawlessness, wickedness, deplorable, all these things. So he even got it to that point. Or what part has a believer with an unbeliever? And what agreement has the temple of God, which is us, which is those that are believers, with idols? That's what those people that are not believers are until the transition happens, right? And again, we just have to look at it for what it is. It hurts, but the Lord puts it in black and white. You are the temple of the living God, as God has said. So, there's your answer. You there, Brother Clarence? I don't know if you're on mute, my G. Okay. So, yeah. So, and it's hard. And it's not a position where you turn your nose up at somebody, anything like that. And what's so crazy is we just had a sort of this kind of conversation over 84's channel, something a little similar to it, right? Where you have to draw a line in the sand. This is where it's coming to. We've spent so much time. Hey, Brother Vaughn. Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah. Right.
We have to draw. I mean, and I think that, Vaughn, you can expound on this after I'm done and tell me what you think about it. That we've spent so much time on that circular conversation between authority of man over wife and this and that and third. We've spent so much time of that circular conversation where the same people that are talking about it are still stuck in the same spot that they were in 3 years ago, 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So we have to pivot and shift the conversation in the aspect of, let's talk about our relationship with Christ, because maybe that's the issue.
Yeah.
Maybe the reason why, you haven't found the right woman, you haven't found the right wife, you haven't found the right husband, is because of the relationship. And you said something so profoundly over 84's channel where you said, seek ye the kingdom. You didn't say it like that, but put God first.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And all else shall be added unto you. And through him showing you his love and showing his selflessness and showing his patience and showing his understanding, I then can now turn around and give it to my brother, because now I know what it feels like. So I want to treat him the way I want him to treat me. What do you think on that, big bro?
No, yeah, exactly. We do get into these circular conversations. And by the way, greetings, brother. Glad to see you again so soon. But yeah, it is like at some point, in these spaces, we're beating a dead horse. We're just, these circular conversations that are, we're just like dogs chasing our tail, never catching it, and it becomes very repetitious, and there's no growth involved in it. You see what I'm saying? There's absolutely no growth involved, And so I come into this conversation really not knowing exactly what we're speaking about, but in regards to what you just said, yeah, I think we should move on from certain type of conversation, especially since we've been having them over the course of 4 years. It's like our knowledge should have been well expanded by now. And it seems like we're just in a locked up situation where we're just beating around the box. We're not moving, So yeah, I'll just say that, brother.
Absolutely. Like my man Chef said, let's get the likes up. Everyone,
Yes, sir.
subscribe. What I want people to understand is this is not an easy thing that we do. When the brother comes up here, sick or not, and disseminate this information, and give you these educated dreams. It is very important, man, that we the like is free. So please, as you come in and hit the like.
Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir.
I think I figured it out. So right now, let me just shout out some people that's here, man. Everybody comes in love, so let me shout them out real quick. Chef Shapino, holy smokes! Shout out to Chef Shapino, man. Who else in the building? Brother Willie Dean, another solid brother, man. Got Willie Dean in the building, man. Solid. Who else in the building, man? The Intellectual Soapbox. Shout out to the Intellectual Soapbox. We're gonna be putting out the link, man, after we finish the third thing. We talk about the 3 things everybody should do, 3 decisions that you can make that could mess your life up. And we on number 2, and we're about to transition to number 3. Thank you for Bolo and Vaughn for carrying it, because my mic just was acting up. I had to just restart everything. Let's see. Who else in the building? Chef Shapino in the building, standing tall, strong soldier, man. Who else in the building? I think that's everybody, man. Intellectual Soapbox, solid. Scam, solid. And Willie Dean is very, very solid. I think that's everybody, man. I just want to check everybody else in. You fellas have anything else to say before we move on to number 3?
No, brother, I'm good.
Oh, okay. All right. So this all came from, if y'all trying to figure it out, this all stemmed from conversation I had with my son earlier this morning, where we were kind of talking about where he's going with his life. And so I was just trying to give him some advice, right? Like we all try to do as fathers, right? Of course, they don't listen, right? Some of them, sometimes they got to get their head bumped, right? So, but then they come back and say, you were right.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Or if they're like my oldest boy won't even say you right. He won't even say it. He'll just keep it to himself because he just don't want to give it up, right? But yeah, man, eventually they have to reevaluate and reassess everything. Okay, so first, number 1 thing we talked about was how you make your money. In this life, you have to have money. You have to have some money. You have to have someone. Well, Jesus had a job. So no, don't say that Jesus didn't have. Well, we have to. But what did he say? He said, "Give the things of Caesar unto Caesar. Give the things of God unto God." Right. So we got to be able to move and have balance in our lives, man. You know what I mean? You can't just expect that having a whole bunch of money is going to take care of everything, and then having a whole bunch of church or having a whole bunch of mosque is going to take care of everything. No, we have to have a balance, because we're in a world that we have that has a physical component, and we have a world that has a spiritual component. So we have to have balance. So I went into why we got to watch what kind of way we get our money, because we don't want the alphabet boys chasing us. We don't want nobody else crazy chasing us. And at the same time, we want to be able to make enough money to support the dream that we have. I have a dream. My son's telling me I want to have a farm. I said, okay, son, you need to go find out how much that farm costs, and find out exactly how much it costs, and see how much it would cost if that price was broken down into a 30-year amortized payment. Multiply that payment times 12. That's how much you need every year coming in, at least, right? Then get a car that you want, get that amortized payment, multiply that times 12, and add that onto the annual income you got to have. So now you got to have that. Plus, I said 15, but I'm going to bump it up to 20%. You need to have another 20% to take care of your bills and everything else. You need to, and some that you could save, right? So we got to watch. In other words, we can't be going out here getting these degrees in African American studies thinking there's some university going to pay us $200,000 a year to talk about Harriet Tubman. That's not the reality. Reality is we have to compete with everyone else that's out here in the job market, even if you got a specialized job that you're trying to go to school for. I told my son, what kind of jobs in biology are going to allow you to buy this farm? So you need to be going after those jobs, right? So you might have to get some extra training to get those jobs if you want to be in biology and you said you want to buy this farm. Then we got into what to eat. There's certain things, us as Muslims, following the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah, he told us there's 2 categories of things. He said there's things that you should not eat. Yeah, you might eat it, but you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it if you eat it. He
like
said,
the Popeyes I had earlier, right? Like the Popeyes I had earlier.
yeah. And all that pioneer chicken I had before, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to pay for it, right?
Exactly. Eventually, right?
But he said that there's another category, Vaughn, that is forbidden. There's certain foods that is forbidden for us to eat as Muslims. That's forbidden. One of which is, of course, eating the pigs, pork. That is forbidden. Where it's not you gonna pay for it. You're gonna seriously pay for it. It's gonna be a bad thing for you if you continue to eat that. So he made 2 categories for us of things that we shouldn't eat, right? But the I don't know if you guys were here earlier when Scam Lightning, he made a good point. He said when they sell dog food, they focus on the health of the dog. He said when they sell human food, they focus on the price. They focus on how cheap it is. This is cheap. You're going to save money. Yeah, but am I going to be healthy? We ain't talking about that right now. You're going to save money. Vaughn, you could get 5 cupcakes for the price of 1. Come on in, right? Yeah, Bolo, we're going to put 12 Twinkies in this box for you. Just 1. Not just 1, 12. Right? Plans, we're going to put 12 ding dongs in this. I used to be a hostess, man. Twinkies, ding dongs. I used to take them for my lunch, right? Till I got hip to the program, man. But what am I saying? What we eat, man, can help us help our bodies, right? We can help our bodies, right? How we feel. Can we eat? Cause sometimes we get so used to feeling bad, we don't know we feeling bad. We don't know we feeling bad until something prevents us from eating this bad food, and we feel better. We like, oh wow, I feel much better, right? You're like, wait a minute, I ain't drank no soda, I ain't did this, I ain't did that, I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I feel better. But that's a long haul. That's a long walk, man. I'm not even gonna sit here and lie to y'all, tell y'all how long it took me to get off that pork, man. I was still showing up in a suit, but behind the scenes, give me that breakfast with them pork sausages, please. It took me a while, but we went over what to eat.
Yeah.
Now,
but
y'all.
But you know what, Brother Clarence? That's really not so far-fetched. You know what you're saying is our diet should be healthy.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And we should strive toward eating those things that are healthier, you know, because it gives us longevity in life. You know what I'm saying? So,
yes.
You know, I don't always make the mark, brother, you know, because listen, I might have a piece of bacon here and now.
None of us do, man. We striving.
But at the same time, you know, I appreciate my wife because she really focuses on trying to make sure that I have a balanced meal. You see what I'm saying? It's not just a whole bunch of this or a whole bunch of that. You know, there's a certain amount of vegetables and then starch and then protein and things like that, you know, so it's a healthy meal. But yeah, what you're saying is definitely not far-fetched, man. You know, we should focus on our diets. And, you know, we have a history, us as Black folk, you see what I'm saying, of really eating some bad stuff. So,
Yeah. But see, we got an excuse, man, because
That's a whole nother show, right?
yeah, you know what I'm saying? We got an excuse. So that's why it's not like, we getting whooped right now because, we really was put in a bad situation. However, I think I'm leading up to the decision that will affect your life the most. I won't say the most, but I would say have the most emotional effect. And that is number 3. Let me put number 3 up here, y'all. Let me put number 3 up here, man, because you such smart men. I know y'all will be able to help me break this one down. Okay. Here we go. The third thing is who you sleep with. Who you sleep. I said after Vagoda, after the third one. I said who you sleep with. Who you sleep with. Who you going to sexually select is one of the most serious decisions you ever going to make. Ever. But Clarence.
Yes, sir.
But Clarence, I use protection. I don't care if you use protection. Protection cannot protect you from the spirit of the evil spirit of the person. A rubber is just not going to protect you from an evil person. I was trying to explain to my son today. Hey, dude, you can have the most beautifulest person in the world, and they can be walking around here, and they have the spirit of demons. And most of these people that are demon possessed, they learned how to cover it up. They've learned how to shake hands with people and hide their demonology. They won't bust it out on you until they feel comfortable that they got you. They got that hook in your mouth. Once they feel comfortable that they got that hook in your mouth, usually after they have some type of having sex with somebody, right? That's when they let the demons loose. You say, dang, I'm with a whole nother, who is this person? It's the same person you just didn't see. Now demons always leave clues. They leave clues. Why? Because they make the person do things that are unsettling. And you could ask yourself a question. That doesn't make sense. Why is somebody as beautiful as you single? That doesn't make, you should have, just based off your looks, somebody should have came along and said, hey, I want to make you my wife, right? So there must be more to the story. Maybe I need to investigate this, right? What kind of things can happen when you pick the wrong person, y'all? Let's just go through that. What kind of bad things can happen when you poorly sexually select?
Well, where should I begin? I'm just thinking, that could be detrimental.
Yeah.
Not just to your spiritual life, but to your physical life. Getting hooked up with the wrong individual. Man. So this is like, man, this is such a crucial aspect, for our young people to grasp. Listen, I've made plenty of mistakes, man.
Yeah.
And I often offer, my testimony to some of our younger brethren and sisters, so that they can learn from some of the knots that I have upside my head. You see, but man, that person that you choose to be entangled with to that degree, man, you really gotta be sure. You just can't pick that person haphazardly. Man, because see that once the enemy tricks you and you get caught up in the wrong situation, your life goes downhill.
Yeah.
And I digress.
Bolo, what you think?
I think that's the second hardest decision you have to make next to choosing God is, you're going to serve, because again, I explain to brothers all the time, and sisters that, a sister can touch a brother in a way, and I'm not even talking about physically. A sister can touch a brother in a way spiritually, emotionally, and mentally that no man can.
Uh,
There's a scripture, I think, I forget where it's at, where the king said, tell me what is the greatest weapon of war? One dude said the sword. Another dude said something else. One dude said the queen.
uh,
I walked in one time and saw her take the crown off the king's head, playing with him, slapped him.
wow.
Name a dude that could do that.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying? So, again, that choice that you make in wife or husband will either propel you or it will stifle your growth, or
Amen.
push you in a way where no man can push you. That again, there are some brothers that will be calling me a simp, but it's all good. It's like even when you're having sex. Let's talk about the physical aspect of it.
all right.
You can have a chick that you're sleeping with, and she can just say your pipe game is garbage. That will stay with you forever. Forever, you will chase that demon. Every woman that you sleep with after that, if you're not a believer, you're gonna have that woman or that thought process in your head.
Uh,
But then you can have that woman and say, man, you rocked my world, even though you think you did a subpar job, and you just think, damn, I'm the man. You could come in and had a bad day, and she sits there and says to you, man, you my king. And there's nothing that you can't do once you put your mind to it. So I'm gonna let you have your time to get to where you need to be, decompress. But anything you need from me, I got you. Man, there's nothing more strengthening than that. So absolutely, picking the right person is very important. This is why the Lord says, do not be unequally yoked.
yeah, for sure, man. I'm I'm gonna get a little more graphic than you guys, man. Um, if you pick the wrong person sexually, that that could mean. Well, I know you, Bolo. I know you'll be nice on my show. You'll be nice.
We're trying to be politically
Yeah, I know that.
correct.
I'm gonna go in. I'll be the one that goes in.
So
Right?
go ahead. Go ahead.
That goes in. Yeah. So, yeah, man, you could get a venereal disease or even one of these terminal diseases, man. Bolo, I know you would do it, but I know you on my show. You try to be nice. So
And
I'll
not
do
just
it.
that, man, you can get a plethora of them at the same time.
Hey, bro.
Listen, I call it gonosypha herpes.
Man,
You really got to be careful.
that is a great way to put it, because real
absolutely.
talk. And so, you know what the thing is? That's why I have a guy like Bo. I have all these guys, man, that could really tell the story, because we have to continue our goal of teaching these young men, man, because they're not getting taught this. They are not getting taught this by the U.S. school system. And I'm not saying it's the teacher's fault. The teachers can only teach the approved curriculum.
Absolutely.
And the approved curriculum is not how to make sure these young men have a emotional and mental sturdiness to be able to go out there. That's not the goal. The goal is to teach them how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. That's the goal. So we got to say, okay, we have to be the supplementary education to them leaving the high school. But let's throw it out there.
You know what's so crazy, Brother Clarence? What's so crazy?
Sir. Go ahead.
I'm listening to you speak, right? And this is what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about an animal. Let's take a bear. Let's take a bear. A bear is very instinctive. And
Right.
the difference between man and animals is that we're self-aware, they're not. So you have this animal that once it tastes human meat, human blood,
Yeah.
that's the drive.
Uh,
You got to put them down,
uh,
right? Because
Uh.
that takes over. And this is essentially what they're doing to our young men and young women.
uh,
You have young men and young women that are instinctive. They have not learned the spirit to the entirety that they can.
now you
And what
getting
they're
on, you
doing is
coming on to something here. Coming on to something here, brother. What could please continue?
they open them up to this instinctive, overwhelming
Ah,
feeling
ah,
with no clarity or understanding or
ah. Yes, sir. Continue, please. I'm just
this-
getting excited. Come on, man.
and this is why they've unleashed it on the youngsters,
Ah.
because there is no discipline, there is no understanding, there is no clarity, and instinctively this is what they're going to chase. They're going to have that taste for that meat, for that blood.
Let me stop you right there, because you and Vaughn, the three of us, we got a lot of experience. If we have Rico here, we have probably 100 years of experience between us.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right.
Over.
Over probably 200 years, right? So here's the thing, y'all, because Bola just made a very good point. They teaching they are loading our children up with desires and not giving them the responsibility of and tutelage on how to operate with those and put a stop to those desires when they exceed the limits, right? They're not teaching our children how to do that. They setting them up and setting them up and setting them up to be hungrier and hungrier and hungrier, like that bear you was talking about. You said that the bear's hungrier and hungrier and hungrier. So now when the bear sees a situation where he can just get the food, whether he's got to he wants that meat that you're talking about. Your heart is that meat. If he got to rip you apart to rip your heart out to get it, what does he think about right and wrong? And the empathy for you. So here's my thing. Why would they do our children like that? Why would they put our children in that situation? If they know our children are going to be unable to handle certain stimulus, why would they put our children in that situation? Why would they build them up to that point?
That,
Yeah.
my deduction is that they want undisciplined people, because if they stay instinctive, they don't have clarity, they don't have understanding, right? Then they're easily to control. Because people that have that spirit of understanding is going to question. Now, why is this happening? Why is that happening? People that are instinctive are going to continue to chase that bag. They're going to continue to chase that woman. That's what it is, right? Because again, when you let that bear that has no understanding, that's just moving instinctively, this woman comes. How many men are incarcerated because of a woman? How many brothers? How many? I don't know what the statistics are, but I can tell you that there are many brothers that die daily over here because of women.
Yeah.
Hell, that little kid Junior, one that got stabbed to death, wasn't even him that the girl had a beef with, and she had sex with a dude and had regretful sex, and then went to these guys and said he raped me. These dudes came and killed him with machetes.
Machetes.
They pulled him out of the store and stabbed him and killed him. That's their moniker, right? Where is she? Where is she? Even with that football player, I believe it was a football player, the
Uh,
beef that he had with his baby moms.
uh,
She sent her boyfriend or brother to go over there and murk him.
uh,
These cats are young. They don't have clarity. And one, they don't have, men to kind of guide them through it, right?
right.
To tell them, listen, I get it, that euphoric feeling, but you got to gain control of it. This is why, I tell men, don't rush to grow old, man. Remember
Yeah.
that song Mama used to say, don't
Yeah.
you rush to get, don't rush. Don't rush, because the more experience you get into your life, the better clarity and understanding you're going to have when it's time for you to meet that woman.
Yeah.
You're not going to get caught up or enamored by just her looks. It's going to be deeper than that. But they open this floodgates. They open this door. They make these kids and over sexualize them and open them up to something that's euphoric. You give drugs.
Yes.
You give drugs to someone for the first time, they're always chasing that high. What does that mean? That means that the first time you take that hit, that feeling of euphoria you have, you're never going to get that again.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get something stronger. That's why they always chase that high. That first high, you're always chasing, because this is a new thing into your body. Your body's like, damn. But then your body acclimates itself to it. So you got to go and get something stronger or combine stuff. So these dudes want that feeling. And again, if you're not teaching them self-esteem, self-discipline, right? Understanding in who they are in God, understanding where they are in the world. If you're not giving them that understanding, if you're not giving them a sense of direction, then where are they going to go? And unfortunately, here in the world that we live in today, they think that being free is a good thing. Being free makes you more of a slave when you have no parameters.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man. I mean, and that's the point I wanted to get across, is that our children are being slowly ramped up, right? If you even I was looking at some of my granddaughters, some of the not dolls, but some of the advertisements that she's watching, right? She's looking at a cartoon or whatever, a show that she likes, and then they'll have these dolls come on, and the dolls, they make them, even though they're young, it's young looking, they have them dressed like an older looking woman, or a woman that's interested in receiving lots of attention from random men.
Like
And
Barbie?
Huh?
Like Barbie?
Yeah, like Barbie, and all, but a lot more than that. Just everything is like that. So what it does is it grooms them to believe that the most valuable thing they can get from a man is not commitment, a godly commitment. The most valuable thing they can get from a man is his desire to have sex, his attention, and his attention is based on his desire to have sex with her. It grooms them to think that that's what's the most important thing, and it's not. And see, our young men are being groomed to like we used to watch Pepe Le Pew. I don't know if you guys remember Pepe Le Pew.
That's my man, a skunk.
Right?
Remember what exactly?
There's a cartoon called Pepe Le Pew with his skunk would chase around girl skunks trying to get them to be his girlfriend.
Actually,
and they would always run, and he would always chase them, find them. Today they would call that person a stalker, right? They would call that person
sexual harassment.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it would be today. But back then, we were getting groomed to, oh, if she say no, you just keep going. If she say
Clarence, Pepe Le Pew wasn't chasing a female skunk. She was a cat that got. She was a cat that got. She was a cat that got paint spilled on her. Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure we got that straight. Yeah. Yeah, because she wasn't no
There
skunk.
was also another episode with a dog.
Straightening that out, Diamond. Thank
And
you.
that's definitely showing everybody's age. But go ahead.
Thank you, Diamond, for straightening that out. Even though that's not the point, but thank you for straightening that out. But
There was also an episode with a dog, but never mind that.
okay, so listen carefully, y'all. So they've been grooming our children. We've all been groomed to poorly sexually select. We've all been groomed to do that. Now, back in the day, see, they was teaching us through the TV, but white people were going to church and they were telling them in the church, don't be unequally yoked. Find some. They were getting taught that kind of message. Black people, we were more in the church back then, but I think when the crack epidemic hit, and I don't want to be one of those ones that's like, that's everything, but it had a dramatic effect on us as far as our relationships with everything, the church, everything, our families, everything. I think that we were never given that instruction. And so that kind of went out the window when the crack era came in. And so we don't really sit down and teach our children the serious message and show them, hey, this is the grooming that you're going through. They're grooming you till by the time you get to 18 years old, all you think about is sex, right? You watch the BET Awards, and you watch all these different videos from these girls. That's like, what's the chick, man? The chick that
Sexy Red.
Sexy Red. This chick, right? And poor little sister, man, that she got that mentality. That's I'm not jumping on her. I'm saying she got groomed to think that that's good. What she's doing is good. So a lot of our young men would try to chase after somebody like that and have copulation relations with that person and leave a seed in them. Now you done left a seed in somebody who is not on the same page as you spiritually, not on the same page as you character-wise, they're not on the same page with you. They're going to make every interaction after that difficult. That's a mild term, difficult. We have to get our young men and catch them before they do something like that. Because they say, oh, I got protection. Protection ain't gonna protect you from an evil spirit. Rubbers don't protect you from evil spirit. I don't think so. I ain't never heard nobody say.
Clarence.
Well, Diamond, I gotta let Vagoda go because Vagoda came in first. So I'm gonna let Vagoda get some opening remarks. Then you, Diamond.
Let me go. Oh, lovely.
Come on, Vagoda.
Okay, first of all, Clarence, sorry for interfering you earlier. But never mind that. Well, let's see. First of all, it's you're lucky that I'm not right now. I don't have work tomorrow, and about what
wait a minute. Let me ask you something, Vagoda. Vagoda, why are you always telling me how lucky I am? Like you always telling me how lucky I am.
Because it's pouring. It's almost 5 in the morning, and I have and lucky for all of you, I don't have work tomorrow.
Oh, we're all lucky now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, what do you think?
Well, you're the owner of this show, then first of all,
Vagoda, what do you think about the things that I'm saying, about the list that I made and the things that I'm saying?
Interesting things, definitely. And that's what I think about it. Is you should definitely watch what you're eating. But like I wrote you, Clarence, you can eat a camel meat.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, you have people in your local mosque eating camel meat?
No, we don't eat camel meat over here. But I'm just saying, I know that people do eat that meat. People that they ride them, they raise them, they milk them, and they eat them. Yeah, I know they do that out there.
when I've been in North Europe, there is some places there in how you call in deep in Scandinavia that you have how you say it some kind of it's like how I describe it the creature. It's like a big it's like a deer, a big hairy deer that they literally use as like cows. They use their milk and their meat.
Wait a minute, it's like a cow?
No, the deer, they have a giant deer in I've been once in Northern
it's called
Europe.
a moose. That's called a moose.
Yeah, whatever you call that big hairy Bambi. They milk it like a cow. Like they milk a cow and you also use their meat.
Yeah.
That's in Finland, in North Finland.
Okay. What about what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so just if we got into the camel and stuff. You have a lot of interesting meats that you can eat from. In any case, let's see. I also wanted to tell you some interesting updates, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Is it
whoa.
Is it pertaining to the topic?
I do mind because
we need to know that.
No, because I know they're not on the topic. So I can't have you do that, Pagoda. We only going to stick to the topic because we got to get out of here in about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So I got to have you stick to the topic, man.
Okay. Well, what interested me is about your food, and you have also veganism is good stuff to replace a lot of the McDonald's, if you think about it, or at least a lot of it.
Yes and no. I mean, you can't just eat donuts and say I'm vegan, right?
Tell it to the vegan missionaries.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know what I mean? So donuts are not exactly what I was talking about. I was talking about vegans that, try to eat vegetables for most of their meals, right? But anyway, Pagoda, let me move on to Diamond, man. We got to wrap this thing up, man. We're going to get out of here.
Do you have vegan missionaries in the USA in large quantities? Or
I'm not sure. I can't say because I don't frequent that circle, so I don't know. I can't say no.
Hey, Clarence, let me say something real quick here.
All right.
A few things. Number one, the thing that really hurt us was integration, was trying to integrate where we're not wanted. And that's the biggest mistake I believe our people have ever made. And we have to understand that there was an integration movement right after slavery. So there were black folks that were goofy enough to try to integrate even right after slavery. And my whole thing is we already had integration during slavery. So we should have known from that right then and there that we didn't need to integrate at all. We need to be separate, at least to a certain extent. But so everything that's happening to us, we deserve it because we set ourselves up. You never let your enemies educate your children. Because what black people don't understand is your enemies are supposed to attack you. So everything that they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing because that's their plan. If you're trying to attack someone, what they're doing to us is what you do. So it's not their fault because they're doing what they want to do. It's our fault because we have gotten to the point where we're no longer fighting back because we would rather fight each other.
Okay.
So that's mistake number one. I think mistake number two is not taking the time to really seriously embrace an African identity. We don't put race first, and I believe that you should put race first. I believe you should put it above religion.
I disagree with you on that, brother.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay. And I'm in the Nation of Islam. I disagree.
No. I get it. I understand. But I believe you put religion, you put faith, you put race first because we're not being attacked because of our religion. We're being attacked because of the color of our skin. And that's what Marcus Garvey said. And here's the thing: when you put other things first, that when you put other things first, that can divide us. So I don't believe in putting everything first. My whole thing is, I don't care what religion somebody is. I'm going to unite with my people first before I unite with anybody else.
Well, listen, let me kind of clear that up. So yes, of course you're going to have to, because a situation may come up where you have to, like in the prison system. I don't care if you're a Crip, Blood, GD, Gangster Disciple, whatever, right? Whatever you are, a Peace Stone Ranger, whatever you are, if you black, all that goes out the window in the case of a catastrophic event, right? Now you got to fight with a dude that you may have tried to stab 2 years ago out on the street. Now you got to fight back to back with him, right? So I'm saying that, yeah, there might be times where we have to come together in order to accomplish certain things that we have in common, to benefit from in common. Shout out to OG Patrice, by the way, that we have to benefit in common. But what I'm talking about is the first thing you should always look for in a person is the character.
Yeah, I agree with that on an individual basis. On an individual basis, but we have to understand that. We have to understand, Clarence.
Listen to me. Why? Listen to me. Why? You can have the greatest. You can have the greatest movement of black people, but what has always torn the black movements apart is people working for the government on the inside. Those have been the main things. And if you don't check their character, see, if you check their character and you spiritually inept, those people can be stopped because they're not genuine. And you'll be able to
I agree on that level. The vetting is important. I'm not going against vetting. I'm saying that if I'm not going to unite with the racist white Christian, against my black Muslim or atheist brother. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that if someone has the same religion, as me, but they're not part of my race, I'm going to unite with my people first, because I believe in, because Marcus Garvey said race first. So I've really thought about that one, and I believe that. And also, I believe it because
in certain situations. I do.
Yeah, but now, hold on. Now the reason why I'm saying that is because we're not being attacked because of our religion. We're not being attacked because of our education. We're not being attacked of what neighborhood we come from, or nationality, or if we're an Elk, Mason, or any of that stuff. We're being attacked because we're black. So that's the biggest thing.
Let me ask you a question. What is our biggest? Who is the biggest threat to the safety of black people? Who is the biggest threat to that at this point in time?
Well, right now it's some of us, but I've always said to cut them off. So what I'm saying, Clarence, hold on, because I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is, of course, you have to find the right kind of people to deal with. So you don't I'm the cutoff king. You already know. So
right.
I'm for cutting the bad black people off.
You ain't gonna let us. You're not gonna let us move on that city in the hill, man.
Well, no, here's the thing, Clarence. See, it's not about just doing it to be mean. It's about doing it because some people are just no good and they're never going to change. So it's not about just doing it just to do it. It's about saying, hold on. Let me get my point out real quick. The reason why I have that viewpoint because I'm 45 years old.
Okay.
So I've been around to see all this bad stuff happen since the 80s.
Okay.
And I've been seeing all kind of terrible stuff happen, and it has not gotten any better. We've tried to pray it out of them. We've tried to do program. We tried everything we could, but some people are just not going to change. So in order to save the race, as a whole, some people are going to have to be left behind. We're not talking about because Bolo didn't pay me back $20. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about because Vaughn, drunk my soda pop. We're not talking about stuff like that. We're talking about serious offenses have to be cut off. So that's all I'm trying to say about that. And something else I wanted to say is the problem with when it comes to sexual selection, I have a theory, right? the problem I see is religion doesn't focus enough on sex appeal, and the streets focus too much on sex appeal. So we have
What
to
exactly do
understand
you
that.
mean?
So you have to understand that in order to really attract a mate, you have to look good. You have to look as good as you can look, and we have to get our bodies right. We need to be working out in the gym, because you can be a nice guy, but if you look like a troll, no one's going to want you. And women care about looks. When women care about a guy with a nice body, they care about being, and also they care about being sexually satisfied. And a lot of times religion doesn't address those issues. They address they address, is he a nice guy? Does he have a job? And all those things. Those things are cool.
Wait. Religion doesn't address those issues because religion is not. Those are issues that that religion is kind of going based on the fact that you are already attracted to this person that you're giving your attention to. So it's not like, oh, well, we're going to focus on this so you can know to only mess with people you're attracted to. No, religion already takes into account that you're probably already attracted to this person that you're trying to spend time with.
That could be true. But in my experience,
another example of what I'm talking about. Religion doesn't go into where to use the bathroom. Right? They don't say
it doesn't, but Clarence,
wait a minute, Diamond.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
Doesn't go into those things, right? Doesn't go into how to cook a hot dog, right? Because it's assuming that you're trying to do the best you can at every point. It's I don't want to even say the Bible is assuming, but it's the way it's talking, the Quran too. The way they're talking is from the standpoint that that's the obvious goal, is to have things work out right for you. That's the intention. It's like people saying you want to have a good marriage. Marriage is inherently supposed to be good. Why would you get married to have a bad marriage? So it's inherently supposed to be a good situation. It's not a good situation because we have done something outside of how to sexually select properly. I don't know who is just trying to talk right now.
No, your mic dropped. Your mic dropped. So half of the stuff you were saying, we didn't get to hear it.
Let me say
it's
it
like
again.
the last 30 seconds. We didn't get to hear.
I heard what you said, Clarence.
Okay, well, people did not, Diamond. Don't worry, I'm gonna let you finish.
You want to repeat yourself, man. You just want to be cool, Clarence.
So what? So our people see our religion is based on the fact that you want to do good, right? Most of the religions are based on the fact that you're moving towards doing better than you are right now. You currently are, and it's a progression into the thinking of God. That's the highest point. You think like God. And before you turn around, you're a part of the body. You're a part of the body of God, right? But that's the highest progression, right? You're trying to progress to that point in this life, to progress mentally into that point. We got all kind of power we don't know about. But marriage is the same thing. Marriage is inherently supposed to be good, right? You shouldn't even have to say, I have a good marriage, right? Because marriage is inherently supposed to be good. Therefore, you wouldn't have to say, I have a good marriage. Now, you can say you have a bad marriage. Now, that's something, right? Because marriage is supposed to be inherently a good marriage. So there's a problem there, right? But that's all I'm saying. The marriage is based on the fact that you want to have a good situation moving forward.
Okay, well, the point that I guess I was getting at is, as someone who used to go to church when I was in my early 20s, I didn't see that you had to be appealing to a woman. You have to be able to get her turned on to at least, get her interested. They didn't really discuss that, and I think people should, because a lot of people are under the premonition that if you go to church, you just got to be a nice guy or a nice girl, and people are going to want you, and that's just not always the case. if there's no physical appeal, if there's no sex appeal, then ain't nobody trying to holler, especially people that are younger. Now, when you get older, you care less about looks, but young people, young women and men care about looks and sex appeal equally. And I thought about it. You know, reason why I like my wife because you know, her body, she got the curves and her legs are freaking gorgeous. I'm like, damn, them legs are nice. You know what I mean? But
let's pray to keep them curves.
Yeah. So, but the point that I'm getting at is I'm getting at is I think we need to balance it out, and I think from what I've seen from religious folks, they be like, don't worry about looks, don't talk about it, don't, you know. And when I was younger, I tried to date some women that I just wasn't attracted to, and they were fat, and it was kind of like, when I think about it now, it's like I wouldn't date those women now because it's about character and other things, but it's also about looks as well. So I have like a 5-step program that I think would work. I think the first step is you look at the looks and the physical attractiveness. You look at can you have a conversation with them, just a basic level conversation with them. Then we look at everything like the money, where you want to live at, you know, what kind of person you want. That's how you look on paper. So that's a whole bunch of stuff. Then the 4th level is, can you have a deep conversation? And the 5th level is their character. And I think once you make it through all those steps, then you have a better shot at having a successful marriage.
I think that makes sense. I think you need to move the character up to number 1 or 2.
No, that's not. Hold on, let me explain to you why it's number 5. Because you're starting at looks.
Give me the short version, Diamond.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I'm explaining to you. We're saying that, you know, Clarence, the woman is saying Clarence is handsome. He's a good-looking guy. You know what I mean? Then she's saying, okay, me and Clarence can have a conversation. And then we're looking at, you know, Clarence has a good-paying job, making $200,000 a year. Clarence is an Ivy League graduate. You know, Clarence is a good boxer. Clarence is going to take Farrakhan's place in the Nation of Islam and all this stuff. We got that part down pat. Then we got you know, can I talk to Clarence about all the deep things, really deep stuff that people have been through in their childhood? Can we talk about? Then we look at his character. So I'm saying you start at looks first, and then you go the whole way before you even date them. You look at the whole thing.
No. That's where black women are getting caught up on right now. They're getting caught up on looking at character way last, or not even looking at the character at all. They're getting caught up on the 2 things, the looks and the money. That's what they're getting caught up on right now. And so I'm saying that's why they're making so many mistakes. That's why we got so many single black women now, is because they are being taught they're being groomed as little girls to look at the looks and the money. And
you're not getting it, brother.
Wait,
you're not getting it. No, you're not. No, you're not, because what I'm saying is before you date the person, you go all the way to number 5. Before you have sex with them, I'm saying before you sleep with them.
I understand that, but I think that if you don't have the right kind of character, you're wasting time inspecting everything else. Like let's say the person had the right looks, they had the right money, I can have a deep conversation with them, all that's happening, and you're thinking, man, it's great. So what do most women do? Men do it too, but I think more women do it than men. Most women will say, well, he's got these things going, maybe I can work with this other thing, right? And then the monster pops out on them, right? We got so many black women that are being deleted. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on about that. The cat will go to the house because the woman just don't want to be with him no more. The cat will go to the house, murk her, murk the kids, drive 100 miles to a whole nother state, and then murk itself. This is crazy. That's
we gotta get the people out of our community, Clarence. That's why we got to build that city on the hill, because we can't have these crazy Negroes around here.
But we're never going to get there if we can't get the women and the men to push character a little higher. We gotta get in there on the character a little higher, because if we keep going with the looks and the looks and the sex, then what's it going to be? It's going to be the situation we got now. Now we got a situation where, okay, he looks good and I had sex with him. Woohoo! And now we've gotten so bad that, remember, there used to be a time where men put notches on their belt. Now we got a situation where women put notches on their belt.
Right. That is crazy. But listen, I'm gonna tell you what, man. Back when I was in my early 20s, I met a girl.
This is it, Diamond. I got to move the ball, so go ahead, hurry up.
My bad. Well, real quick, I met a girl when I was in my early 20s, and she seemed cool. She's like a nice little chick, and so she called me the next day. She came up to my house, and we ended up doing something. And I'm like, trying to talk to her. I'm like, yeah, won't you come back? We can go out or something like that. And she's like, well, she opened up her purse, man. She had nothing but condoms in her purse, like a whole bunch of them, like she was selling them. I'm like, damn. Okay. I'm glad I didn't go raw with that. But yeah, so I know what you're saying. They was doing that back in the early 2000s when women was wilding.
Okay, now let me go around the room, see if anybody got something to say about your little list, Diamond. Because I
can ask Diamond something before that.
Huh?
I want to ask Diamond something before that, if it's okay.
Is it on topic, Pagoda?
Yes, it's on topic. Relax, parents.
Okay, yes, sir. Come on, go ahead.
Lay it on me, Pagoda. Lay it on me, man, because I know it's gonna be something.
First of all, Diamond, how are you?
I'm doing great since you're here. Ain't nobody worried about Bolo and Clarence. Ain't nobody worried about them. I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah, in any case, you say if somebody from Somalia, if somebody from Somalia migrates to the USA, would you sympathize with him more than somebody from the USA?
Depends on how they are. Like here's the thing with some Africans that come from other parts of the world, if they're like understanding who they are and what they are, then I'm cool with them. But if they're on some stuff where they think that they're better, or they think they got more culture and this, that, and the third, then heck no. Because the thing that's crazy is you'll meet some people coming from other countries and they think they know what's going on. I'm like, man, like one dude tried to say, "Oh, you was a slave." I said, "Well, I said the W people took over your land and got you on another religion. They got you on another religion. They didn't took your religion away from you. So what are you talking about? So you're speaking the W man's language. So what are you talking about, dude? You don't even know your own tribal history. So it depends on the person, who they are. Because some people come from the motherland or they come from the Caribbean and they're respectful. They try to like talk to you and work with you and they cool. With some be shady like they think because they're not African American. They think they're all that. They say, well, the Jamaicans came here and made money. But I'm like, well, why don't y'all do it in your own country then? So I don't put up with nobody's bad mouthing. Even though African Americans get on my last nerve, but I don't put up with anybody outside of African Americans bad mouthing us. Because you're not going to come over here because we're the reason why you're over here in the first place. For anybody who's not W, we're the reason why you're over here in the first place. So don't anybody come over here talking reckless. But I'm cool with Somalis. I met a couple of them.
Okay. Also, if let's see what the second thing I want to ask you. Let's see. You said also, when you said African, you mean also Egyptians and Berbers, or I mean Arabs and Berbers, or you just going to be friendly to people that from south to the Sahara?
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to put black people first, but I'm not going to disrespect anybody from another race as long as they're respectful to me. But I'm going to put my people first because that's what everybody else does. So the thing about it is that the Latinos are going to unite with the Latinos first. And the Middle Eastern people are going to do the same thing. So I'm going to do the same thing everybody else is going to do. But I'm respectful to people of other races as long as they're respectful to me. If they get out of pocket,
I talked to you. I asked you about races in Africa, about the Berbers, for example, but never mind that.
No, it's because I'm going to unite with black people first, no matter where they come from. As far as everybody else, they're second on my list. You know what I mean? But I'm going to focus on my own people.
Diamond, let me give you advice as a person that visited Africa once. If you're going to lower your guard in there, because some people there are look the same as you, then that's going to end up very badly.
I'm not no fool. I get what you're saying, but I'm not dumb. I don't just trust anybody on them. I don't trust nobody on meeting them. So but I'm saying I'm gonna try harder to work with other people. I'm not going to let nobody take advantage of me. 'Cause I know what you're saying. Yeah, you have to be very careful. You're right about that one. You can't let nobody take advantage of you. But hey, I
Also,
ain't no
you know,
fool.
if we
Thank you,
go
Pagoda.
according to
Wait
what
a
you
minute,
said,
wait a minute, guys. We got to move the ball around. We got other people on the panel. You guys know that, right? Got other people.
Forget
on the
about
panel.
everybody else. I want to dominate, Clarence. Forget about everybody else,
I
man.
know that. That's your personality. I get that.
I have another one stuff to ask him, but never mind that.
Pagoda's the same way. You guys got that type A personality. I get it. All right, so
I got a big mouth, but never mind that.
we're gonna go Intellectual Soapbox, Bolo, and then Vaughn, and then we'll see what else we're gonna do after that. All right, Intellectual Soapbox.
Man, I ain't
What's
gonna
going
front.
on, bro?
I'm enjoying this exchange that they have, and I'm laughing. So if they want to keep going,
nah.
Okay.
Nah.
You're hurting me, Soapbox. You're laughing at me. You're hurting me, Soapbox. You're hurting me, man.
You see that?
Oh, you laughing at me
man.
like I'm a big goof or something. See, but I'm a philosopher. Pagoda, I got Ivy League talent. Believe me, believe me. I got Ivy League talent.
These two guys will be going for 2 or 3 hours. So
I bet they would. But I believe the 3 things you outlined are definitely essential to us being at our best, you know, whether it's food, whether it's who we pick, and I forgot the other one. What's the other one?
Food, how we make our money.
Yes. All these things are essential. You know what I mean? Because they're all gonna be based on your survival and how well you're able to move out here. So people just gotta be mindful of that, man, and in all different aspects. You know what I mean? And I think the one that people don't really take the most serious with. I feel like with money, people take it real serious. I feel like with the relationship thing, people take it sometimes too serious. You know what I mean? As we see on social media. But you know what I mean, like 12 hours serious. But at the end of the day, the thing people don't really take serious as much as they need to is what they eat. I'm telling y'all, man, the food thing is a real thing. Please be careful of what you consume. You know what I mean? Please be careful of what food products are in, you know what I mean, your system or in your fridge or wherever. You know what I mean? And be careful when you go into these little cookouts and whatever else, or whatever gatherings you're going to as we go along, towards the middle and end of summer. Please be careful of these things because at the end of the day, it can really affect your health and your well being. You know what I mean? Sometimes we just think, oh man, one cookie ain't gonna do nothing, or I can have me a little milkshake. No, you can't. You know what I mean? No, you can't. Oh, I can have me a little piece of bacon. Yeah, that little piece of bacon is gonna put you in a little piece in the hospital for real. You know what I'm saying? So be mindful of what you're eating, man. I'm telling you, we don't really take that seriously enough. You know what I mean? We really don't. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
The other two, I feel like people, are always talking about whether it's come to money or when it comes to relationships, but people really think that they can kind of tread the line when it comes to food, and you can't. You really can't. Trust me, you cannot. So yeah.
Right. Thank you, Intellectual Soapbox. Appreciate you, brother. All right, we're gonna give it back to Bolo, and then over to Vaughn, and then we'll see what else is happening. Brother Bolo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Diamond gave us a great list, man. Where, we should, can you have a long conversation? Can you have a short conversation? But he said in the beginning, it should be looks and then money. And then can you have a long conversation and a short conversation? And then character, he added last. Now, for me, I would push character up a lot further. I don't know, brother. That's my version. What do you say? You agree with him, or where would you place character in that list?
I would place it either 1 or 2.
Me too. Can you explain to us why you would do that?
Yeah. The one thing I can never get back is time.
Okay.
That's the one thing I can never get back. Essentially, me looking at her and being attracted to her is seconds. It doesn't take that long to find a woman that you're attracted to or find a man you're attracted to. That's a dime a dozen, right? But to actually sit there and have a conversation and be able to massage your mind and her spirit and her reciprocate that thought process, and to know that, you guys have a common goal in belief, a common goal in character, in direction, and integrity, is something that, you don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste my time. You can be the most gorgeous girl on the planet. If I can't have a conversation with you,
Good point.
I wasted my damn time. So again, David said something that was so dynamic and so awesome at the same time. He said, Lord, please make me to understand how limited my life, the days that I have on this planet. Why? So that I don't take life for granted. We take life for granted. Just because people are living to 80 don't mean you are. So time is short. And like I say all the time, the one thing I can't get back is time. So yeah, I think that character, I think that the spiritual conversations, we have to be able to ask the hard questions. It's like a job interview. They ask you they ask you pertinent questions to find out if you're going to be a good fit. If you're not, they move you on.
Right.
This is what it is. She's interviewing me. I'm interviewing her. We're going to try and figure this out. If we can walk dogs together. If not, after we finish this coffee, I'm going to pay for it. You can continue doing you. I'm out.
Coffee? Boy,
Yeah.
you talking about you taking a girl to for coffee?
Absolutely. Where you expect me to do it? Absolutely.
Supposed to take you a $300 steak dinner.
Brother, that's not what it now. I'm good.
Yeah, but don't be saying that. You can't be saying that now. You gotta leave the roof first. At least.
All right. Okay. You dudes can do that. I ain't doing it. You get coffee out of me. And you might get a pizza. Might.
That's not healthy.
Like positive
It's not healthy.
I got it, man. You say, well, you can keep your man because I don't go that route.
Right. Now, that's my man, Positive K. Yeah, word. But my man takes me out. He said, you can keep your man because I don't go that route.
I don't go that route.
Word.
No matter, my pocket's getting fatter.
Word. But at the end of the day, listen, I'm not going to waste my time.
Right.
As you get older, you know how they say the old adage that the youth is wasted on the youth. And we've all been there before, right? So as you get older, you start to realize the dumb things that you did, the mistakes that you made. And only if you would have known what you know now, then things would be different. You would move differently. You would do something differently, blase, blase, blah. So at 51, for me to say that I'm putting character last, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
For me.
Crazy. Vaughn, what do you say, Vaughn?
Yeah, wow. You want me to answer all three, 1, 2, and 3?
Well, I mean, just where would you okay, no. I'm asking you based on Diamond's last comment. Where would you put character? Would you put it at the bottom of the list, the middle of the list, the top of the list? Where would you put character? Because Diamond put character at the bottom of the list.
Yeah, no,
right.
I would definitely have to say character would have to be at the top of the list for me. You see what I'm saying? That goes for me and whoever else that I'm trying to deal with. You see, character lets me know how close or far away you need to be from me. Do you see what I'm saying?
Good point, Vaughn.
So character for me is like a plus. It's like number one, especially when I'm dealing with people and individuals. You see, because I want to know what your character is. You see what I'm saying? Do you fall for the banana in the tailpipe, or are you somebody of wisdom and substance? You see what I'm saying? What is your moral status? Where do you stand? What do you stand? What's your foundation built on?
That's a good point, Vaughn.
See, those are the things when it comes to character that I'm in tune with when it comes to people. because it's a meter that gives me information as to how to move forward with you. Certain characters I don't need to be around. Certain characters I don't invite to my home. Certain characters I don't even consider to have conversations with. You see what I'm saying? Your character. Sometimes I just sit back and watch people and watch how they move. You see, because the way you move, listen, actions, your actions, the way you move speaks louder than anything that you could utter out of your mouth. So yeah, character is at the forefront for me. You know, because what is your character built on? You know, and we see a lot of characters in this space. Go ahead. I digress.
Clarence, let me explain something else to you about this. I don't want people to be confused. Character is the most important thing, but the reason why I put it at number 5 is because you're not going to be able to figure that out right away all the time. So what I'm saying is, and you can figure all this out within a month or two. It's not like it's going to take 20 years, but I'm just saying from the perspective, from what I've seen, you go through these steps and that reveals number 5 to you. When you go through all of these steps with a person, that begins to reveal it, because here's the thing. A woman could tell me, you know, that she's been in the church her whole life, and I could find out later on that she had a train ram, you know, by 20 dudes or whatever. But the point I'm getting at is when you you know, take the time to build with someone, because here's the thing that I'm going to say. When somebody's trying to get what they want, they're willing to tell you anything. You can meet a woman, she'll tell you, I've been with 2 people my whole life, and here, you know, she's been with like 500. And but the thing about it, when you take your time a little bit, it's a situation where you're using those other steps to figure out that last part. Because now, don't get me wrong, the character is the most important thing. Like, if that's not there, then everything else means nothing. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying that the problem is we ignore the other parts. So what I'm saying is, a lot of times we just focus on that character and that's it.
Character,
but you got to be attractive.
Diamond. That's we don't need to. Obviously, you're attracted to the person and you're showing them interest. What I'm saying is that because nowhere in the church, nowhere in the Bible, nowhere in the church, it said, "Hey, Diamond, go get them ugly girls." It don't say that nowhere in there. Right? Obviously, you're going to be attracted to the person that you are spending time with, right? So what I'm saying is that's not even negotiable. What we're talking about is, like you said, you kind of proving my point. A person can tell you whatever, right? You know what the Romans used to call women? They called them actresses, because they'll be with whatever you want them to be.
They call them
That's
what?
so true. It's hard to trust them, but yeah.
They'll be whatever you want them to be if the character's not right, right? If the character's not right, if they see that you got something they want, they will acquiesce for a time.
Clarence, what did you say they called the women?
They called the women actresses. You know, like
from
on
what
stage.
I know, Clarence, they treated the women like property, like the Saudis.
I know, but what they called them actresses, right? They didn't. And
back then, Clarence, actresses in ancient Rome, you know, the stuff about being actors were look like they treated that profession like prostitutes.
Well, they didn't let them actually. I'm a quick history lesson. They didn't let women actually act in plays and stuff like that. They didn't let women do that. They had men. Listen, they had men playing those parts. The Romans had men playing women's parts. Women weren't even good enough to get on stage, right? They had men playing those parts. So I'm saying that to say that women, if they're given in the right circumstance, because we have a natural attraction to them. That's a natural attraction that we have to them. Not an unnatural attraction. That's a natural attraction. And we have a natural desire to be a woman to tell us that we're everything she ever wanted in a man. right? We have a natural desire to want to hear that. So if they can get on that wavelength, because they're going to search you for that wavelength where they know that they're in and they can say whatever and you're going to be okay with whatever they say, they'll search you. And once they find that, they find that spot where they can get in by saying whatever you want, many of them, because they don't have the character of integrity or the character of humility, they see you with something they want. They will manipulate you with your own desires by telling you what you want to hear, right? I'm saying that this is what I'm
Bro,
saying.
they got terminologies for that too.
What'd you say? What'd you say, 84?
They got terminologies for that too.
Terminology.
Terminology is, yeah, a female version of that is it's like a they call it like a sex demon, right? And a female version of that is a succubus. A male version of that is an incubus, right? And
Okay.
what these people do is that they come into your life and they'll use their sexual energy in order to attract you and draw you in. You know what I mean? And once they do that, they break you and they just kind of use you for whatever they want to use you for.
Yes.
You know? So,
yes.
and I've seen it with men and I've seen it with women. I've seen it with men and women in my family. You know what I'm saying? And some of my close friends, man. I've seen it, man. You know what I mean? Some of my closest people, man, my closest friends. I've seen them. My homegirl and my homeboys, they be cool 1 minute, and then they meet this person, man, and then that person just make them flip, man. They just turn them, and they just have them doing all
Like,
types of things
who is
and
this
buying all
dude?
types of things and believing all types of things that's not even true. And you try to talk to them, and they can't even hear you because they're so wrapped up in that person. That person got
Right.
them wrapped around their finger.
Right. But here's the point. This is what I'm saying about his list. The point is people can lie. And even though we don't want people to lie to us, sometimes we want this person's approval so bad that even though they lying to us, we'll let them lie to us. They will tell us that, whatever, right? Oh, 84, you're the best. I never seen nothing like this before. Oh my God, right?
Yep.
They tell you whatever, right? And they got a long history, right? And they haven't done a cleanse. I'm always pushing for women to do cleanses. Why cleanse? Why you want them to do a cleanse? Because that makes them, they will clean out all that excess sperm residue that's in their body, that their body is accounting for. It'll clean that out. If they do a deep cellular cleanse, clean that out. Now, I'm not saying they're a virgin, but they'll be a virgin, able to acclimate their body to a virgin type mentality, as well as their body able to get all of that residue out. Because when men leave residue sperm in a woman, the woman's body has to account for it. It has to quarantine it and account for it so it doesn't damage any other cells in the body. So if they're having sex with multiple men, there's multiple DNAs that they have to, their body has to account for. Make sure that this sperm don't go and ruin this DNA over here. This sperm that it traveled over here, it's been quarantined over here, and it has to. And so when they have lots of different males' DNA, it disrupts the natural flow of signals throughout the body. A lot of times, some of these women will have migraines all the time because they need a cleanse. They need to get that male residue out of them, and then they will be able to approach life better. But that's
you really believe in that, Clarence?
Huh?
You really believe in that?
Of course, I believe in that.
It's
Well,
true.
there is no other
Yep.
way to go. There is no other way to go. Let's say you have a woman, Diamond. I mean, you forget you got your wife right now. You have a woman, right? You're talking to the woman. She's nice. She's everything. She's good character, everything, because she's been through a lot. And now she's like, hey, I see the error in my ways. I'm ready to be. But you can't get past the fact that she had sex with a whole bunch of men. What could solve that issue for you? Her cleaning all that mess up. Now you got a clean slate to work with.
Probably for me, probably not. I mean, my whole thing is, I'm not going to date anybody who got a higher count than I got.
Well, then That's it. But once she gets rid of that residue, she don't have a higher count than you.
No, I'm cool.
And the experiences have been drawn out of her. See, as long as that sperm is in her, she can remember.
Clarence, I listen.
Delivered that.
Now, my count's kind of on the high side a little bit, but I feel like if I've been with like 20 and she's been with 100, all the cleansing in the world, I'm gone. I'm good. I'm gone.
Let me ask you a question. Why should a woman be with you with a high count?
You got a pointer. Here's what I'll tell. Here's what I'll say, Clarence. If I told a woman my account and she'd been with 2 people and she said no, I would understand that. I would respect that. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
I'm not one of these manosphere red pill type of Negroes. No.
Okay, so
see, my whole thing is if a woman's a virgin,
be with anybody then, because all of y'all, I mean, most of the people out there have high counts in this day and age. So
right, but I'm just saying that if a man is if a woman is a virgin, she has a right to demand a virgin. She has the right to do that. And she can tell a man, you've been with 5 people, I've been with nobody. Get the hell up out of here. She has a right to say that, as well as a man does.
Okay.
Now, what people don't have a right to say, if you've been with 100, if you've been with 100 women and she's been with 20 men, you don't have the right to tell her bye because of that, because that's being hypocritical.
Well, I have a question.
My point is, why would you be concerned about her if you have if she has the right kind of character? When you walked up to her and say, okay, I'm interested in you, I like you, but I'm not happy about your past experiences, she'll say, oh, I'm not either. I made a lot of mistakes when I was young, right? But you could say, okay, I would feel better if you went and got a full body cellular cleanse. I would feel better because that way we know that we're getting I'm starting with a clean slate, right? You on the other hand are permanent. You can't, you're not going to be able to get that stuff wiped out of you like that. Maybe a little, but because you have the male end, you're not going to be able to get all that stuff out of you. Should she just throw you away? And you're a good dude. You said, like you
she
said,
can if she wants to. I mean, I put this. I understand, because I was talking to some women. I talked to some women that had low counts. I was like, would you date a man that's been with 100 women? They were like, no, I would not date. I can respect that. So I don't have a problem with that. I mean, my whole thing is,
if a man has been with 100 women, how would you know if a woman's been with 100 men? How would you know if a woman's been with 100 men? Outside of her behavior, how would you know? If she's
because the same idea is you pay close attention, and because here's my thing. When I meet a woman, I assume she's lying to me about those things anyway. So I listen, and she's gonna slip up. She's gonna slip up.
So listen, Diamond, that disqualifies any woman, because any woman could say, "Oh, I only been this, I only did this, I'm a virgin," or whatever. Any woman could say that.
Right, but the thing about it, there's a certain things that when you've been around enough women, you can listen to them. You pay attention to everything they say, and you remember everything they say. And when they say something different, you be like, aha, now I know you're lying to me. You know what I mean?
Well, like I said, I don't think body count is not something you should worry about. I think because you should just assume that it's high and just go take her to get a cleanse. Can you go get a cleanse? That we'll both go get a cleanse. But it's going to help you mentally to know that, okay, this is a clean slate. Basically, the residue of any other man has been removed. Therefore, this person they cared about me enough to do that, right? That shows character in itself, or how she feel about you. If she feels about you,
how do you get this cleanse anyways? I never heard about this.
What a cleanse?
Yeah, how do you go? Where do you go to get it? You get it at CVS or something like that?
You can go online to get a full body cleanse, or you can go to one of these little herb stores, go to a herbalist and get a full body detox cleanse that'll detox them of everything. It'll go through all their cells and push any contraband out.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you what. My wife wants to get a cleanse because she wants to get a cleanse away from me because she don't like me. So she definitely gonna go get a cleanse because she don't like me. So
the body quarantines things with mucus. Okay, usually uses mucus to quarantine things, but when you have too much mucus in your system, it bothers the breathing. So if you get them a cleanse, I guarantee you, if you get a woman a total body cleanse, a what do you call that? A full cellular cleanse, they will feel so much better. They will feel so much better. Why? Because, hey man, you know, the average woman's by the age of 25 has had at least what, 6 or 7 partners? Average. We talking about the average woman. There's some that had only 2 or 3, but the average woman is, well, let's talk about the black community. The average woman in the black community has had at least 6 or 7 partners by the age of 25. Right? That's the reality, man. That's where we at. I'm not even. That ain't even
Bro,
a
she is hilarious, man.
That ain't even.
why are you laughing? Who's laughing?
That's not a dig.
Who's laughing?
That's the reality of what.
Wait a minute, she's what exactly?
I got 3
Wait,
sons.
hold on, Rosie, hold on. I gotta say this, right?
All right. And then we gotta wrap up, fellas.
I know we gotta go, but I'm gonna say this. I think to everybody's point, character is what's gonna matter at the end, right?
Right.
Because at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Now look, I ain't gonna front, you know what I mean? If she got, you know what I mean? That does count, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, the character has to be, you know, more important than anything else. You know what I'm saying? And I think the older you get, the more you understand that character has to be number 1 on top of your list.
Yes.
That doesn't mean to date somebody that you're not attracted to. All right.
No, and
you know what I mean? Like,
show me in that Bible or Quran where it tell you go date unattractive women. Go ahead and show it to me.
It's not in there at all. It's not in there
There's probably in the Talmud somewhere something like about this.
What people do though, a lot of times though, and we all can do, but I feel like women can do this a little bit more than men at times. They feel like they can change a brother. You know what I mean? Or they feel like, oh, if I get with him, he's gonna be this way. Or, you know, I know with men, we feel like if we make a certain amount of money, right, that a woman would acquiesce to the things that we're looking for, right?
That's my point.
So, man, if I make this certain amount of money, man, all the girls gonna be all on me. It's like, it ain't what you think. You know what I'm saying? So I think, you know, we have these, you know, what they call that illusions of grandeur. You know what I mean? In our society, that really messes us up. You know what I mean?
Well, like I say, man, you know, yes, and that's the Kevin Samuels trash that he added some good stuff to his trash, but that was one of the trash things. If I make enough money, I can do whatever I want. I could violate you however I feel like I could violate you because I'm making all this money. And to me, that's silly. Just like when you trying to date a woman and you leading with your wallet, as they used to say, leading with your wallet. Well, what you're going to get is a bunch of people they know you leading with the wallet and they're going to try to manipulate you based on that. There's some professional heartbreakers out there, man. And they look innocent. Then some of these women can look so innocent and they can just they just tear your life apart. Right?
Yep.
And it's us walking into these situations because why? The school system is not teaching us about how to protect ourselves from character, people with bad character. They can only teach an approved curriculum, right? Algebra, trigonometry, English, history, U.S. history. They're not going to teach you how to survive on these streets. And most of our young brothers will come out here, they don't know how to survive on these streets because they're getting caught up in the looks. Yeah, no, it's not a problem to get somebody that look good. That's not a problem. The problem is you want the character to be just as good as the looks. But most of the time it's not. It's the reverse, right? It's the reverse. What did they used to say in calculus? The inverse, the inverse reverse or whatever, right? It's exactly the opposite. You know, as the character gets bigger, as the looks get better, the character gets worse. Why? Because this is something that they don't talk about. Most women do not have to work on their character. Most women that are very attractive.
Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can barely hear you, but I think there's something wrong with my thing. I know you're closing up, Clarence. I'm gonna take off because something's wrong with my phone.
Okay. All right, man. Thank you for
All right,
stopping.
man. It's nice seeing you, bro.
As always, man. But here's the thing, man. They don't tell us. This is what they don't tell us. Okay. So women, you know, they don't teach us about how the character plays the major portion. If you can have somebody that looks good, and the better they look, the worse they can. Because why? Women that look attractive, very attractive women, don't typically have to work on their character. See, me, you, or the rest of us, we're not supermodels. So we've had to do things to work on our character to be friendship material, right? Because we realize other people don't want to be friends with us if we're not friendship material. They're not going to want to, why would they want to be in our company if we're not friendship material? But that was good for us to learn that because we got to learn humility and other things. But women that are very attractive don't have to learn those lessons because men will give them attention anyway, no matter how bad they act, as long as they look good, as long as they have those looks. So they don't have to work, they don't have to run around working on their personal personality.
Well, that's why that list was asinine.
Go ahead, Bolo. I couldn't hear you, man.
I said that's why that list was asinine.
Yeah.
That's why that list was asinine, because there's certain things, and this is I was telling Vaughn this over on 84's channel. The things that we're focusing on are so stupid, and let's just call it what it is. Again, I'm not as patient as you. I'm working on it. Let's just call it what it is. The stupidity in the conversations that the cats be having. It's crazy at this point.
Yeah.
What man's going to talk to an ugly chick?
I mean, come on, man.
I'm just saying, what man is going to talk to a chick that he's not attracted to? What man is going to spend time to carve out? What man is going to carve out time? Okay, we're not talking about someone you're just trying to smash. Right. We're talking about the one you're trying to settle down with and have kids with. What dude going out there looking for someone they're not attracted to?
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Why are we even having that conversation, my G?
Yeah.
And then when it goes left, the first person you want to blame is her. She lied to me. Well, she was a 10. When you look at the statistics, it ain't 10 getting married.
Right.
Between the 6s and the 7s that are getting married.
Correct.
These conversations is it makes no sense. And these dudes stand on it. These dudes stand on it, bro. What car are you gonna spend your hard money on to buy, and it's not a car that you want? You know what I'm saying? Knowing where you are financially. If I can only afford $500 car, I'm gonna get the best $500 car that I can find. If I got $10,000, I'm gonna find the best $10,000 car I can find. But dude is gonna find a chick that they're not attracted to. Because if that's the case, it doesn't stop, because there's always gonna be a better looking woman. There's always gonna be a better looking woman. So if your first line of defense, if your first on the list is beauty, then my G, you're gonna continue looking, because when you find that one that you think is a dime, there'll be another one next week. So what do? Drop that one and go talk to her because character is number 5 and I only got to step 2. The stupidity in the conversations, and we're grown. We're grown, bro. And we're still having conversations pertaining to finding a shorty and if she got more bodies. What does that even mean? What does it mean? What if the Lord wants you to have a woman that has a lot of bodies? How about that? I forget, was it Hosea that had to deal with a prostitute?
I was just getting ready to say Hosea.
So
but let's go.
what about that?
Let's go.
And that's probably the chick that's gonna hold you down better than the one that's a virgin. Yo, your guys gotta start tapping into what the Father's plan is, not yours. And I'm sorry, man, but bro, you more patient than me, man. Because these conversations, I was just talking to a dude, my man Jamar, over on 84's channel. He's bringing in a scripture that got nothing to do with the scripture we talking about. Has nothing to do with the scripture we talking about. But to him, this makes sense. And I'm like, dude, this scripture has nothing to do with what you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying. But this scripture, Luke 14:26, has nothing to do with what you're saying right now. Nothing at all.
My G?
I didn't say my G.
Down by law.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, dogs, if we're going to talk about something, let's talk about that thing. But cats get on, have conversations just to sound deep, just to sound different. If Vaughn is saying something right, I'm not going to purposely get up there just to say something contrary to what Vaughn said because I want to be different and I want to stand out. If Vaughn is saying something right, Vaughn, what you said was right. There's nothing for me to say. You said it. That's it. We waste too much time on these Yo, man, I'm 51, bro. I'm tired of talking to these dudes about looking for a damn wife. I don't get it. You dudes keep looking for chicks that you know you can't obtain. You know that your length is a 4. Why are you looking at a 10? You dudes know that.
Polo, that's not nice.
Come,
Ain't
bro,
got 4.
listen, man. Dog, we got to be real with this, brother.
Yeah.
You got to be real with it.
Wow.
You have to know what you have to know your limitations. You have to know this internet thing has made people delirious.
Correct.
Oh, say that again, please.
Correct.
Please.
These cats be thinking that, I can go get that Instagram model, and every step she take, 10 dudes are gonna fawn and fall over her. Dude, I don't got time for that madness, bro. I don't got time because now I gotta deprogram all of that madness that she learned in the world every day. I don't have time for it. There are some dudes that do. God bless them.
Hey.
God bless them. But when you're sitting there as someone over your 40s and you're saying the first thing on the list is her beauty, when we automatically know as men or as a woman, the first thing I'm not going to do is talk to someone that I'm not attracted to.
Come on, man.
I don't need it. That's out of the way. I got that out the way. I'd rather talk to you on the phone for the next 3 weeks so I can see your personality and see your character because I already find you attractive. There's no need for me to gawk over you while I'm talking to you because that's all I'm going to do is gawk over you. That's it. Look at your breasts, look at your face, look at this, look at that. Let me talk to you on the phone and see where your brain is at. And in the same time, you could do the same. See where I'm at. Because at the end of the day, bro, Satan knows how to get men. Beauty. Beauty. You know what made men back then beautiful? His knowledge. That's what made men beautiful. That's what women found attractive. The knowledge that dude got is deep. Because through that knowledge, he knows how to obtain this, that, and the third. Dudes didn't just look for banging shorties.
Yeah.
Again, no one is saying that go find a 0. No one is saying that, my G. But at the end of the day, for me to entertain somebody, there has to be some type of an attraction. Isn't that common sense? Why would that be number 1? That should be number 5 if we're dealing with a 5-step program.
I mean, it shouldn't even have to be a step,
kind of
right?
got to. Oh, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I'm saying it shouldn't even be a step, right? That should be automatically ingrained into the situation.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's like, and please y'all excuse me. I don't mean to use the term ugly. I know that that's a term that they use on the street. What I mean is, if you're not attracted to somebody, you're not attracted to them. Obviously, you're not going to spend time with them, right? I'm just saying that should be like automatic. That's like saying, I'm gonna go over to my friend's house. That person don't have to say, I got gas in the car. I already know you got gas in the car if you're gonna take your car over there, right? It should automatically be there. And so we should automatically understand that if you're gonna spend time with people, it's probably because you're attracted to them in some type of way. Right.
There's some things that should be unsaid, man. You know, there's some things that should be unsaid, and everyone can have their own opinion, Diamond. No one is talking about, anyone having their own opinion. We get it. Everyone has their own opinion. The point of the matter is, when you look at the Black community, we are the last on the totem pole, man. When you look at our community, the brown and the Latinos and us, we're the last on the totem pole, my G. The last thing we should be, that should be number one on the list, and I stand 10 toes down. The last thing on my list. First, I shouldn't even have a damn list, because if I'm going to talk to a chick and I ain't talking to no chick that I'm not attracted to. How about that? So that's automatic.
Well, Bolo, let me ask you a question. You got to admit, a lot of guys think that way.
Think what way? That's my point. And that's why
the way that Diamond came up.
Well, that's why we're in
May I say
state
something
of
before the
disarray.
question, if I may?
That's why we're in a state of disarray. That's why. Because dudes are picking shorties with their schlong opposed to with their brain.
Good point. Agreed.
Mm.
What'd you say, 84?
Yeah, I just want to say though, like, all right, man. Okay, look, we do gotta just a little bit, give a little bit of credence to how somebody looks physically, just a little bit, right? I know you said the ugly sister thing, so we already got that out the way, bro. See, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw they talk on the street, but I mean,
I'm here with you. You already know. You got to explain something to me. I'm here with you. But I mean, look, man, and I've seen it on TV, man. I've seen women that look so good, man. They make me sweat, and I'm sitting down. You know what I mean? I haven't moved a bit, and I'm like, oh man, like, whew. You know what I'm saying? Like, and more or less seeing somebody physically in that physical form that you actually see in person, you're like, man. So I know the brother sometimes see something and they like, oh man, like, you know what I mean?
But
No,
that's
like,
not 84. That's not the argument. That's not the conversation. The conversation is, I have a list. Okay, 5 steps. 5 steps. Now, I don't know no man or no woman that's going to talk to someone that they're not attracted to. For whatever reason they're attracted. It could be their nose, the way they walk, the way they talk, whatever it is. Attraction is different to everyone. I don't know anyone that's going to want to be in a serious relationship with someone that they're not attracted to. So that shouldn't even be a number. Because you wouldn't even get into the room if I'm not attracted to you. You wouldn't be in the room with me. I wouldn't even give you a chance. And the crazy thing about that is, that might be a beautiful person. If I hold beauty that high, you don't know what kind of blessings you're blocking, my G. There has to be some type of physical attraction. For me to look at that car had to catch my attraction. It's when I get into the car, now I'm seeing it the way it drives. I'm looking at all the buttons, all the lights, all the gadgets that's in it. It might turn me off. But what got me into that car was the beauty of the car. So it shouldn't be, I'm not going to even entertain a car that I don't like. I don't care how many things it has inside that I do.
But doesn't that take a level of maturity as a man?
This is why we tell young cats, leave women alone. This is why we tell them, yo, chill, because the wrong woman can change your trajectory, my dude.
Man. Oh, man.
You get that wrong chick and you have no understanding of who you are as a man.
Yeah.
And what you're capable of. You get with a chick that's seasoned, you are finished. You're finished. These women out here are predators, dog.
That's true.
Don't get it twisted. They're predators. And here's the thing. They've been predators longer than we. Because it's innately programmed into them. From when they're a child. You always want a man that got money. You always want this. You always want that. You always want this. This is how
Hey,
they
man.
grow.
The right woman will give you challenges. You know what I'm saying? The right woman's gonna give you challenges. Right?
To be a better man. To be a better man, bro. See, the wrong chick
Indeed.
is going to check you. She going to have you running bonkers, brother. This is why we tell these young dudes, if you have a trajectory, if you have a destination that you're going on, she fits into your plan. If she doesn't fit into your plan, let her go. Understand that. She's a helpmate, my G.
I got a quick story, y'all. Quick story.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Where
is the popcorn? Where's the popcorn for the story?
It's in your fridge. We're gonna go get the popcorn out your fridge. Man. All right, so I had a friend, right? We used to work at this great American company called Foot Locker together, right? So Foot Locker back in the 80s, man, you could spend a lot of time just out on the floor with each other, you know, waiting for customers to come in, right? So we would talk a lot. So shout out to Pat, man. This Patrick, this brother from Chicago, right? He was he was telling us, he was sitting there, he had us cracking up, man. He told us the story about how he got on the train in I think it was New York. I think he got on a train in New York and he's sitting across from this girl. He said this girl was beautiful. 84. The girl was beautiful, 84.
Oh my God.
Beautiful. I mean, not regular beautiful. I mean, super beautiful, whatever that means, right? He said, he looked at her, she looked so fine. He said tears just started running down his eyes.
Oh man.
I said, tears run down your eye. What? He said, I said, why tears run down there? He said, I know I couldn't say nothing to her. I know I couldn't have her. I just was, and she just looked so good, just for nothing.
You know why? He realized his level.
Right.
He realized his level. And he cried. And you know what's so banging about that story? That man cried because he knew the detriment that he would have gotten into if he would have went to go talk to that chick. The type of level, the type of fronting and stunting he would have had to do, knowing that he couldn't keep that level up. Right. Then she banging as hell. You look at a Bentley, you say, damn, that Bentley is fire. But it's 20 grand for oil change.
Yikes.
Right? You sit there going, I would love to have that car, but I can't maintain it. That's the problem. I can't maintain it. So a lot of these dudes get chicks they know they can't maintain because of the type of life that they live. They don't think longevity. They don't think that way. You feel what I'm saying? So
I hear you. You right on. Now Pagoda and
They say I make noise.
Damn, someone's racing cars.
I thought we was wrapping this thing up. What happened?
I think Diamond has
Let me respond to what's been said recently because you know, we gotta get let me say something real quick. You know, people don't have to, you know, agree with my system. I'm still gonna, you know, go with that system, and everybody doesn't know the same thing that everybody else knows. Okay, this idea that I came up with, you know, has been thought through and talked to elders about several times, and most people do support what I'm saying. So first thing, let me get this straight. I've never said that beauty was the most important thing. I said it was the first step. Now, there are people who are being advised to date people who they are not attracted to.
Who's doing that?
Oh, a lot of people are, especially in a lot of religious situations.
Okay. I'm asking you.
Well, people I've seen in churches especially have been told, don't worry about how the person looks. This is for women and for men. Okay. So, they have been told just focus on the character only.
Well,
okay. And I'm saying,
what's saying that?
Okay. So what I'm saying is, I agree that character is the most important thing to have.
All right.
But I'm saying you go through all these other steps so you can discover it. And everybody does not live in a world where they're not going to deal with someone they're not attracted to, because part of the problem is in some of these institutions, some people are just not attractive in those institutions. Sometimes there's not attractive people in certain institutions of religion.
But
Okay,
Diamond,
then,
none of us are disagreeing with you.
hold on, because I'm gonna be honest. I kind of felt some energy that was like whoa, I never had seen this before. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear about what I'm saying, so they understand my viewpoint and why I came at this the way that I do. It's not about, I don't want anybody to agree with me. People don't have to agree, because I really don't care, because I'm going to have my opinion. No one's going to change my mind. But I just want to make sure everybody understands. So the point that I'm trying to get at here is, I think it's a step-by-step program that can be very successful, because you're putting everything together, because people want to be, sexually satisfied, and people want to have people that look good. And also it's telling people in the church and in the mosque that we should work out. We should have a workout program. We should focus on diet so we can look good, so we can be attractive. So I'm saying it's not just about finding someone attractive, it's about making sure that you work out so you don't get overweight, so you're also attractive as well.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay, if a 300-pound woman came and tried to push up on you, would you push back?
No.
If a 200-pound woman tried to push up on you, would you push back?
Depends on how tall she is, depends on how she built. So here's what I'm gonna say, Bolo. In the past,
hold on. There's a reason why I'm asking you that, because again, no one is saying that no one don't have opinions. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone feels how they feel. I get it. That's not the point. Because I think you're hearing me. Let me speak for me. I think you're hearing me wrong, and I think that Anae said it in the chat, that there's a common sense that comes with it, that automatically for the woman that Diamond is married to, there had to be an attraction there first. There had to be. It doesn't even have to be on the list. Here's
the thing, Bolo. In the past, I would have dated women that I did date women in the past that I was attracted to, because I was told that looks didn't matter. What I'm trying to tell you is there are people out there that are telling people that looks do not matter. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you, especially in churches that I've been to, but not every church, but there are churches I've been to before. They're like, well, this dude here don't look right. He don't got, he don't even look right. They're like, well, no, they're like, no, you're being shallow if you're not, if you're dealing with this. So I'm trying to tell you is people are being told,
and you know why
that looks are not important, because I was told that as well.
If that is being said, the reason why that's being said is because we put too much on the carnal thought process. That's why we don't.
I agree with you. So
right, so that's why they're saying, my man, okay, she looks all right. Now what? Cats get caught up in that. She banging.
I never said get caught up in that, Bolo. And also, I was going to say that she doesn't have to necessarily be a 10 out of 10, but it has to be at least some level of attraction. So that's what I was trying to say. So I'm trying to say it in a way that we want to be balanced. We want to be with someone that we at least have some level of attraction to, and then we have all these other things that go along with it. And also I want to be clear that character is the most important thing.
Wait.
Care is the most important thing. I'm saying.
But Diamond, listen. Everybody else is saying it's not that we're saying that. We're just saying that is obvious. That's the obvious, right? That's obvious.
Well, it's not obvious to everybody, Clarence.
Okay, I hear you what you're saying, but we are not preaching that. None of us are up here saying you just go with just the character and that's it. No, we're just saying the character, the look's going to play a part in it at some point, but the character has to see. This is the thing that most people get caught up in: looks. Human beings are the only people that use a beauty appearance to compete with the other genders, right? No other animal does that.
That's not true, Clarence. Animals go for looks. Animals are very carnal. They go for looks.
No, they don't go for looks.
They also go for smells.
One bear will see another bear, and if he can catch her, he gonna get her, right?
That's
So
not always, Clarence, it's not always true.
No.
Depending
no,
on
no,
the
no, no,
species.
no. But I'm saying they don't
You have
disqualify.
attracting encodings of looks in terms of in peacocks.
Hold on, Vagoda.
Right, right.
Human beings are the only people that disqualify a person for some exterior reason. Human beings are the only ones that do that.
That's
Yes,
not
sir.
true.
Thank you. All right.
It's not
That is
true,
not
Clarence.
true, Clarence.
So
Clarence, that's not true, Clarence. I'm saying that listen,
which
some
other
species
animal
will fight.
uses a beauty appearance to
I can give you a couple. But birds are notorious for that. Here's the thing: birds are notorious for going for looks because that's why in the male, that's why the male species of birds, the certain birds are more fancier than the females. Like when you look at ducks, them boy ducks be looking fancy, they all swagged out, and the female ducks look brown and plain because the boys are competing by looks and peacocks are competing by their feathers. Like you have to have so many. The person they pick the peacock with the most feathers.
I guess I will have to give you that. But I'm going to say in most instances, they're not doing that. Most instances, animal sees another animal. That's it. Boom.
Not really, Clarence. Some animals fight for some animals fight. So if you have a harem, I'll come up and try to fight you. And if I beat you, then I take your harem. If you beat me, you keep the harem.
The harem has nothing to do with looks.
Yeah, but what I'm saying to you, my brother, is there are different animals around the world that do different things. Some animals do go for looks, and some animals don't go for looks.
Most of the cases, yeah, there are. I have to concede that. Peacocks and everything, we got them up here in San Pedro. Yeah, I agree. I have to give you that. That there are a small portion, but that is not usually typically how it goes, especially when there's a dramatically big female population. That's not how it goes. When you have a small female population, then the men probably do stuff like the males probably do stuff like that. But when you have a enormous female population, why would you need to do that? It's the females that need to compete, not the males. It's when it's more females than males, then the females need to compete to get into relationships, not the males.
You know, there's a bird species where the females do fight to mate with men, but in most bird species, the men have to the male birds have to dance and prove themselves to make sure they're sexy enough for the female.
Because they're not an exploding.
Also, you have this in males. For example, in hyenas, if I'm not mistaken, you have the females that are one that are initiating the stuff because they are bigger than the male. That's what I know in terms of hyenas.
And
in general, you have lions, for example, that use a smell to choose their
You're missing the point of what I'm saying. That in this society, we, male and female, because the numbers are so high of the females, we're doing all of this disqualifying by looks and beauty and all that. Most mammals, let me break it down to mammals. Most mammals don't do that. Most mammals, they see one, they jump on it. That's it. They don't disqualify somebody because of they have, now if they have some type of thing that'll stop them from hunting or something like that, then they might. But I'm saying as far as just a physical appearance of the face, we're the only ones typically that do that. So
right, Clarence. But we're the only ones that build cities like New York. So we're the only ones that do a lot of things, though.
But okay, so my point is. Go ahead, Bolo.
If that's the case, it's like the goalpost gets moved.
I'm not moving the goalpost.
You did. Let me tell you why.
How would I do that?
Okay, we were just talking about animals, and then you go into we build buildings, and the point of the matter is to compare us to animals. The difference is we're self-aware and they're not.
Right, that's true. We're very much self-aware.
That's paramount. The point of the matter is beauty is supposedly in the eye of the beholder. Okay? So what I find beautiful, you may not. God bless you. So we're not talking about the exception to the rule. We're talking about the rule for believers, or for the rule for those that have some type of common sense. That's what we're doing here, because our time is precious. We don't have time to speak towards everything. right? We have time to preface it, absolutely. But it would be common sense that if I'm talking to a woman, if I was a single man, that for her to give me rhythm, there had to be something about me she found attractive. Whatever it is, and vice versa.
Wait a minute.
We would think,
Did he just say rhythm? Now we know we date. Now you know you talk to some old dudes right here. It's just some rhythm.
word. So we would assume that, right? And that's the point of where common sense comes in, right? I'm not
Right,
gonna-
but everybody, but like I said, bro, everybody's not been told that, so that's why I said what I said.
I got you, brother. Even if everyone hasn't been told it, you haven't been told how to wipe your behind, but you do. The scriptures don't tell you that, but you do. The point of the matter is, I don't care how many times you've been told something. If something didn't hit you the way you wanted it to hit you, you didn't rock with it. You found something wrong. Nah, mom, I understand you telling me to go this way, but I'm saying something is drawing me that way. And maybe you went that way when your mother wasn't looking, or whatever the case is. The point of the matter is we speak for the majority, not the minority.
Okay, what? Why? Because I could say my.
And the majority of
sorry.
men, and I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, but the majority of men, when they speak to a woman, it's because they're attracted to her. That doesn't have to be on the list. It doesn't. You can make it one. You can put it on. I just think it's redundant. That's all.
Hey, let's put this on the list, Bolo. If you wipe your behind, then let's put that on. Where can we put that one on the list?
Wipe your butt.
Yeah,
That's like, that's like.
Hey, Clarence, man. You know what?
I don't
We
think
don't.
that's
We
the
don't. We don't
Yamani
need
English.
no.
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Wait a
Clarence,
minute.
man.
Gentlemen.
Hey, Clarence.
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. It's just as obvious. You want somebody.
Well, Clarence, you know what? Yours gonna be on my list. Is if you can't like Clarence, if you don't like Clarence, that's gonna be on the list, man. So don't be picking on me, bro.
Wait a minute, Diamond.
What kind of list is? What is the list exactly?
Well, hold on, Pagoda. That's just as obvious. You want somebody that has hygiene, right? Good waist hygiene, right? All right. Should we put that on the list? I want them to have good waist hygiene. We don't have to put that on the list because that is obvious. Of course, we want them to have good hygiene. That way we can eat, we won't have a problem with E. coli, whatever, right?
Right. Okay, now let me say this, Clarence, about hygiene.
That was a graphic depiction.
No, it wasn't. It was great. Let me say this about hygiene, Clarence. What I would say about that is that's something that needs to be taught to people because everybody in the hood doesn't always know that because some people do not understand that. So what I'm saying on that end, it should be everybody should know to have clean hygiene, but everybody wasn't raised right. So I'm saying when people come in, so I'm using that saying, but when people come into your mosque or whatever, you're gonna talk to the men and be like, listen, you guys, if you guys want a woman, you need to be clean, you need to work out, you need to have a nice body, you need to have a good face, so you can pull you.
And
So
not
you
to
can
be
pull you.
violent, they also need to mention.
Everything you just mentioned was carnal.
Right, Clarence?
Everything you just
But that's
mentioned.
the start of it.
No, it's not.
But you gotta have that.
Hold on, guys.
You gotta be clean though.
Wait a minute. Pagoda wants to get something in here. Let Pagoda get in here real quick.
No, I said that also I want to add it to what Diamond said. Also, not to be violent to your women. If you, never mind the joke. But in any case, Diamond. You know what? First of all, I have something to ask Bolo. Bolo, you mentioned a Hebrew word an hour ago or something that you mentioned. What was it?
It was in Bilal. It was I'll spell it for you. Hold on.
Say it again.
I might be pronouncing it wrong, but Belial. Belial. I believe it's pronounced. Belial.
That sounds like something of
I just spelled it out for you.
So what about it, Pagoda?
No, just I never heard that word Balil. But
if you look in it's in 2 Corinthians chapter 14.
Corinthian? What is Corinthian?
That's in the Bible, chapter 2.
Why it's called Corinthian? That's
We'll
not
be here
like
for
a
another.
Greek.
We'll be here for another 2 hours.
No,
Hey, you got to get your New Testament, Pagoda. Get your New
no,
Testament.
seriously, you have the book of Romans, the book of Corinthians. Why you have the names of Greeks and Romans in the Bible? For God's sake.
Well,
What?
anyway,
All right,
it-
y'all.
it's
We
a
gotta
Hebrew word.
start wrapping up.
It's a Hebrew word that means worthlessness, wickedness, destruction, badness, lawlessness, so forth and so on. I know I'm
Yeah.
pronouncing it wrong.
Go learn Hebrew, Pagoda.
Very funny. Believe it. Okay. Probably you don't say it right or something. Believe it.
All right, gentlemen, we got to start wrapping up. We gotta start
Khalil?
wrapping up. So let's start wrapping up. Let's go 84 Pagoda, Diamond, and then we'll do the old timers up here.
Okay.
Thank y'all for letting me join the stream.
We'll do the old timers after you, young fellers.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Bugs, how old are you? How old are you, Mr. Bugs?
Man, you can't make this stuff up, man. You really can't. But Bro C, man, thank you as always for letting me rock.
Always,
Bolo,
brother. Always.
Mr.
This your
Brian,
home.
you already know y'all the three elders y'all the three elder statesmen out here, you know what I'm saying, holding it down, you know. But yeah, man, also salute the Diamond if we go to two, man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
sir.
man, just protect your neck, kid. That's all I can say out here. Yeah.
That's good advice. Good advice.
Hey,
Okay,
I remember that song from Wu-Tang Clan,
Lord.
Protect the Neck.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Diamond. 84. When's the next time we can see you, brother?
I will be on tomorrow with
Okay.
Bolo. If he does a stream, I'll be there right there. Y'all see me right there with Bolo. Y'all already know.
I always fall asleep on y'all, man. I'll be out. I gotta catch it. quick.
And also, real quick, brother Clarence. Real quick, brother Clarence.
If
Also-
you haven't already subscribed to an Intellectual Soapbox,
Right.
get your butt on over there. What are you doing? Get your butt on over there and subscribe to the Intellectual Soapbox.
And
Young
can I
brother's
say this
gonna
real
do
quick,
the
brother
work.
Clarence?
Say, Bugs, how old are you?
I just wanted to say something real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, concerning Intellectual Soapbox.
Okay.
And well, for those of you who maybe don't know this, but my brother does a devotional Sunday through Wednesday every night. Sometimes it's for 30 minutes, sometimes it's for 20 minutes. It could be for an hour, depending on how the Lord moves. You see what I'm saying? But that's also something that my brother has involved himself in, is we get together and we do devotion nightly. And we just go over scripture. And then we say a prayer, we expound on the scripture, and then we go on about our business.
Man.
So I just wanted to point that out in case anybody's interested in that.
I would definitely be interested in that. Yeah. Sounds good.
Bro, see, hit me in the private chat, bro. See, hit me in the private chat.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey man,
I was going to say perhaps 84.
you guys don't let Bolo sing over there, do you?
Wow. I didn't have that was
Wow.
Hey, wait, hold on. When that battle happening? When is that battle happening between
We're
y'all?
going
Part
to
two.
do it. I was just
Rematch.
telling him on the phone the other day. This is what the people want to see. The
He ain't
people want to see
he ain't
the
rap.
talents, the master talents of Bro C, the master talents of Bolo. Which ones are on top? Which one needs to go back and get crafted a little more? The people want to see that. It's coming, brother. We got some other things going on. Besides
Y'all talking about
singing.
rapping each other? You talking about rapping against each other? Is that what y'all talking about? MC battle?
All that.
Of course not, man. Of course not. I would destroy him in a rap battle. Anyway,
Oh, wow.
so
You rap players? You rap players?
Ladies and gentlemen, this show has just
talking
taken
no
a
holds barred, Diamond, no holds barred, algebra, any kind of intellectual way.
And I got me a telescope because of you, brother.
We you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I told the brother, man, you know, I love him, but I can't have no mercy on him, man. I gotta, I gotta put it on him. You know what I mean?
So you talking about you guys have an algebra battle?
We're gonna have everything. Intellectual breakdown of everything. We just gonna break it down, whatever class of thing. We still putting it together, man. But we're gonna go ahead.
That's important because we need to be more intellectualized as a people. Because a lot of times we're not intellectualized enough. So that's important if you're going to talk about, but we probably need to focus on breaking down the psychology of Black people. We need to spend more time breaking down the psychology.
Bruh, we can't be hard all the time. We gotta have our people need to laugh sometimes too, man. They need to get behind the champion, right? They need to get behind the champion. Who's gonna be the champion? Is it gonna be Brother Bolo? Who thinks he can sing and thinks he can rap, and you know what I'm saying? He got all these different and Brother Bolo. Brother Bolo, you know what I mean? Got little skills here and there, but
he from New York?
Is it gonna Trump? Is it gonna Trump Bro C? Is
it
going
from New York? Mr.
I am in New York, sir.
Oh, what borough are you from?
Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got your work cut out for you, Clarence.
No,
if you're gonna out rap Bolo, you got your work. You got your work cut out for you. Now I know I can out rap him because I really can rap. Huh?
I'm not gonna out rap him. I'm not. We're not playing that game. I did that the last time, and unfortunately, the judges, sympathetic to Bolo, voted in that direction.
No doubt.
I said, okay.
What part of LA you from, Clarence?
What?
You heard me. I said, what part of LA you from?
What part of Los Angeles? Don't ask that. Don't ask that. Angeles, proper. You know what I mean? But I've been all over. I lived in Carson County.
I said, why? I said, why is it Watts or South Central? Where you from? Englewood? Where you from, bro?
Well, it would be called South Central, but it's really just LA proper. You know what I mean? It's just.
I know. So okay, South Central. Okay,
LA,
I can't remember how many.
Well, let me explain how LA is set up. LA is set up with LA proper, the city of Los Angeles, and then other little cities. Unincorporated or incorporated cities around Los Angeles, such as Compton,
like Pasadena and Long Beach, Pasadena and Long Beach,
Long Beach, other, and that's LA County. All of those other cities, county, right.
I know about how LA operates.
South Central Los Angeles.
Yeah, South Central. Yeah, you're from South Central.
Yeah,
South Central.
With the,
right. Diamond, you don't want to ask for
the Ganges, right? The Ganges, all the gangs out there, right? So, and you got to maneuver your kids through all that stuff, right? I'm sure the same thing in NYC, Chicago.
You know what's crazy, Clarence? You know what's crazy, Clarence? You coming from Los Angeles, and you don't want to. As bad as it is out there, you ain't trying to like cut nobody off all like that. I'm like, man, Clarence, you got a lot of forgiveness in you, man. Because
I ain't trying to do what?
Cut off nobody in LA, man, because they're terrible out there. It's terrible out that way.
Yeah, but this is where you need people that's been commissioned to do what can't be done.
The whole post. They need
you need people that's out here that's crazy like me. You need people in New York that's crazy like Bolo. They're crazy. People tell you it can't be done. These people are too stupid to do this. They too much into this. They too much into that. I didn't come for them. I came for the one that, I came for the one that will. I came for the one that listen to what I'm saying. So we just crazy like that. See, that's what we got in common. We just nuts. Because people tell us
I hear you, man, but
it can't happen. But here we go.
I hear you, bro. But New York is a little bit differently because New York has a strong history of like Black consciousness. So yeah, I think of that.
So does LA.
Nah.
So does Los Angeles.
LA does, but New York.
You aren't going to ask me where I'm from
New York, man.
or about my area.
Yo, brother Terrence, I got a dip set because I got a show to do.
Okay, man.
I got a dip set. Thank you for having me, brothers. Y'all have a blessed night. Love you all. Go to stay safe out there.
All right, man.
Thank you. Diamond,
appreciate you, man.
Peace.
All right, man. That's brother.
Say, Diamond, aren't you going to ask me where I'm from or something, or where I'm from in Tel Aviv?
You said you was from Israel, right?
Yes, I live in Tel Aviv, but you aren't going to ask me where exactly from or something.
I don't know enough about Israel to even ask, but I know you're from Israel. So I don't know. No, see, the thing about it is I know a little bit about New York and LA. I've been to like both cities, so I've never been to Israel. So that's why I didn't ask you. It's nothing personal.
Okay. Well, Clarence already gave me the look not to tell anything, but never mind that.
But Vaughn is the one I'm worried about because where are you from, Vaughn?
Well, I'm from Chicago, actually. From Chicago.
Oh no. I don't want to even talk. No.
Where where is Capone from? Chicago? No.
Let me finish. I'm from Chicago, but I reside in Cali.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, Vaughn! You know what? Vaughn was out there beating people up. He was from the wrong neighborhood. Vaughn putting hands on people back in the day.
I keep telling y'all sleeping on Vaughn. Y'all sleeping on Vaughn.
No, it's not Vaughn. It's always the quiet and nice ones that are the most dangerous ones. Vaughn's the one. I'm not worried about you, Clint. I'm worried about Vaughn. That's what I'm worried about. Is Vaughn.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I keep trying to tell y'all sleeping on
brother.
Vaughn.
Wow.
Vaughn got the nicest voice, sweetest heart, right?
Yeah.
But you
don't let the smooth taste fool you, right?
he like Tupac.
Yeah.
He ain't no killer, but don't push it.
I'm not fooled by nobody's Vaughn. Ain't nobody messing with that man. Shoot, he Vaughn was out there wilding when he was younger. Where you from? Where you from, fam? I can see it now, man. Where you from?
And you know what? Thank God that I could make it to this old age because, yeah, I did do the fool when I was younger.
We all did, man.
Thank God, man, that he covered me so till I can get to this place to where I'm at now. And you young people, come on. I pray that you get here. You see what I'm saying? I've been 34 before, but you've never been 62.
Oh.
Yeah.
That part. All right, gentlemen, we got to wrap up, man. Let's go. Let's go for Go to Diamond. Let's go for Go to Diamond and then Vaughn and let's get up out of here, man. I got to go.
Okay, Clarence. First of all, I have some question for Diamond. Say, Diamond.
So to make it quick.
What do you want, What you want, man? What do you want?
Okay. First, also, I want to tell something to Clarence, but I will start with you, Mr. Diamond. Should we apply your approach on seeing race before religion to the coming war in Lebanon? Should we see all the Christians, Druze, and Muslims there before we see that? We should see them all as Arabs before, or we should see their faiths before their race, their Arab race.
Well, to be honest with you, I really don't know what's going on over there in Lebanon, so I can't. I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to speak for things that I don't know about. I would have to like look at that situation and see what exactly is going on. But I'm talking about this in a worldwide way because what I'm trying to say is Africans have been attacked by other races on a worldwide scale, and let's be real. In general, most people are against Africans. Most people will unite with each other and go against Africans and try to attack and try to exterminate and oppress us. So this is reality. See, you don't live in the reality that I live in because I'm looking at it from a very global perspective, and I'm seeing people from the Middle East attack Africans. We're looking at the African slave trade.
Hold
on. Give me 1 second. Now, the Arabs came down to Africa first and enslaved Africans. They castrated millions of Africans. Okay, this is the Middle Eastern people that did this. And then the white people came to the West Africa. Oh, hold on. Pagoda. Hold on. I'm trying to explain to you why I feel the way that I feel. And then millions of Africans were taken hostage and brought to the Americas. So when you look at how Black people have been consistently attacked by others and how others were so quick to turn against us, that's why I say what I say. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I'm saying in general, most people will unite to attack Black people. And that's what I've seen. That's what I've experienced.
Okay.
So I'm not saying that all people
right there. Let's leave that
Okay.
right there. Because
Okay.
Sorry.
Now, Clarence, I
you
have
guys are
Clarence, I
quick
have
to get up
something to
again.
ask you. You remember what a specific female that I asked you about?
You talking to me, Pagoda?
Yes, Clarence. I want to ask. I hope Annie is in the comments. I want to ask her.
No. Me.
Oh,
You
she is.
asking me. We're gonna stop it right here. What else would you ask me, Pagoda?
What?
I said, what
I'm
else
not-
were you asking me? Because I'm trying to
Okay.
close the show out.
Okay, relax. Yes, I'm just what if you saw what Noah said. If the female, who is. Let's see what her name. Noah, I forgot her family name. You
Okay.
saw the one of the hostages named Noah that was in Gaza, unfortunately, almost for 10 months. She spoken to your media in English,
Uh-huh.
and I just want to know what you think about what she said. Her full name is. I remember her full name is Noah Argamani.
Okay.
She was in your. She talked to the American media, from what I know.
Okay, Pagoda.
She told
Pagoda.
what you think and what Annie thinks. That's what I want to know. That's all.
Pagoda, I'm going to answer this question, but that's the last question on the topic. Because
Okay.
our topic
That's
was
all.
the 3 things that young men need to know before they go out into the world and that can change their life. And this is definitely not on the topic, but I understand you're just being curious, wanting to know our position on that. So my position on that is I have no position right now because I'm not familiar with that. I haven't seen it yet. I know that some hostages were released, some hostages' bodies were released, but I haven't heard this person you're talking about speak, so I don't know. So we got to leave it right there. Have to leave it for that Saturday when we can talk and have a full open discussion about it. And I just have just you and not other people on the panel, and we don't have to, keep coming back to the topic. Now, if you have some closing remarks, let's hear it. If not, then
Okay, I have closing remarks. First of all, thank you for having me.
Of course,
And,
always. It's your home.
It's what?
This is your home. As long as you act right, stay on topic.
So you have a bed. So if it's my home, I can have some food and drinks and TV and a bed.
We'll send it to you in the mail, but you'll go. Stop giving him a hard time.
It's my home, no?
I can barely hear him. That's the problem. I can barely hear him.
There's a lot of
We're gonna give you all the food you want, Pagoda.
And I can get a bed and snacks and food.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Pagoda. Tomorrow you'll get it.
Pork chop sandwich.
It's already tomorrow over here. But in any case, have a wonderful day. And good morning.
All right, Pagoda.
Stay safe out there, Pagoda. All right, that's
Hey,
Pagoda.
Well, the thing I was going to say is, at the end of the day, you're going to come back to me in 5 years and say that everything I said was right. You're going to do that. But on a serious tip, I just wanted to make sure people understood what I'm saying. I'm not saying people have to agree because we're allowed to disagree. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But I
don't think anybody disagree with you. I don't think anybody disagree with you. They just looked at it as that's something that probably wouldn't need to be said, right? That's not something that, because now you have had that experience. Out of all of us, obviously none of us have had that experience where somebody said, you know what, you need to go be with somebody that you're not sexually attracted to. Nobody else has told.
They didn't say it like that. They were saying that you shouldn't worry about those sort of things and that looks aren't important.
That's basically what they're telling you. They're basically telling you that you should go out and you're shallow if you're looking for a sexual attraction in a person first, right? Or if that's all you're looking for in them is a sexual attraction, then of course that is shallow, right? But I'm not saying that you shouldn't look for a sexual attraction. What we're saying is you obviously have a sexual attraction with them because you're talking to them. Like, you don't have to make sure the looks are right. You're already there, right? So looks must be right because you're there, right?
So something else I would add to that too is when it comes to like number one, a lot of people that are in religion that I've met, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people in religion I've met don't think they have to be attractive. They just think long as they believe and long as they're a nice person, that their looks don't matter. And I think that's kind of like
I
the
have-
stylist.
And now I
You know,
can
I
say
think
this. I have seen women be attracted to men not based on looks. I have seen that happen in Muhammad's mosque. I have definitely seen that happen where they are more interested in a good man than a good looking man. You understand the difference between that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen it a few times too, but I'm just saying I'm just saying I think we need to just have balance when it comes to these sort of things. That's
think
all I'm
so,
trying
too.
to say.
I think a relationship will last longer if you're sexually attracted to the person.
Yeah,
Obviously,
that's what I'm saying too. So I'm saying that from what I've seen in religion, they're focused more on other things, and then in the street, they're focused on only the sexual attraction. So I'm just saying that I believe if we combine the two, then we get something. That's all I'm saying.
But my point, and I think Bolo's point earlier was too, that's where the people get twisted because they're so caught up in the sexual chemistry that they think they can work out a person. They think they can somehow fix a person that has a bad character that they're bringing to the table with that sexual chemistry. A lot of people, have learned that they're not good people, and they need a hook to draw people in. So they will skill themselves in sexual pleasure in order to turn your head from the more serious issue they may have, such as mental illness, such as some type of a physical illness, some type of financial distress, some type of issue that they may have, a chronic illness, something they may have that would, if you were in your right mind, you would say, this is a lot to take on for me, right? You would normally say that. But,
I agree from that level.
okay, so
but I'm just saying
that's why we're saying about the character, we pushing the character first, is so that you don't get caught up like that. Because what happens
but I'm all
based on the list that you gave us, the character was at the bottom, right? So
no, it was not at the bottom. No, it was not at the bottom.
The list that you gave us, character.
No, it wasn't. No,
bro.
It was behind everything else, not bottom. There is no top and bottom. No.
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. You can say no all you want. It's on. It's been recorded. No.
I never said on the bottom.
Diamond. The last thing.
That's not what I said.
Okay. Where did you put character in? Because
I said that. Hold on. Let me explain what I'm saying to you. Just because you start somewhere does not mean it's more important. So what I'm saying is character was always the most important part.
What you said. That's what you
said. You misunderstood me. Well, what I'm trying to say is, listen, when you start with step one, if step two doesn't go right, you cut loose. So I'm saying if you don't get through all the stages, you don't go any further. So that's what I'm trying to say.
But my thing is that we were going off of the first list that you had gave, and you never really changed that order, and so that's what we were talking about. That the character, see, you already attracted to the girl, so you don't have to check for the looks. What you need to do now is make sure she got the right kind of character, so she won't lie to you, or you can at least smell a lie coming, or you can know when things are off. That's what.
Right.
When you meet somebody, when you meet somebody, it's like Chris Rock said. When you meet somebody, you first meet them and you're trying to date them for a romantic reason. You meeting their representative. You're not really meeting them. You meeting there, and they're on good behavior for you and all of this and all that. I knew this sister one time. I knew this sister, and she was trying to get married. Like, I really want to get married. I said the nation's having this singles event. Go to the singles event. So she went to the event and met this cat, police officer down in Atlanta. So I was like, hey, I'm happy for you. She said, yeah. And I heard all this noise in the background. She was talking to me on the phone. And I said, what's all that? She said, I got about 2 or 3 people here helping me clean up. I said, what? She said, yeah. She said, I don't want him to come here and the house is dirty. I said, why ain't you cleaning up? She said, I'm on the phone with you. I said, well, get off the phone with me and go clean your house up, right? Because she didn't even get the fact that, or maybe she did. She's not being real. She's not being genuine. And this man's going to marry her based on the fact that he thinks she keeps her house clean like 3 other people clean it, right? And next thing you know, and that's what ended up happening. They ended up breaking up. They got married and ended up breaking up. But my point is this. She was more interested in his status as a police officer than his character as a person. And same thing with him. He was more interested because she was a beautiful lady, but he was more interested in her beauty appearance than her character. And so that is basically what we're trying to get the young men on, man. We're trying to get them to
right. You say the best for last. So I'm saying that what I'm saying is you go through these steps, and that it's more like steps. You go up, up, and up, and everything gets more important as you go up. So I'm saying it like that.
Okay, so
I'm not saying it's more. What I'm saying you do. So it's kind of like you do the least important thing first. You start here, you go from step 1, step 2. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So I'm saying the character is the most important thing.
So now you're saying characters at the top of the list now.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm saying it always was. Because what I'm saying is
what you said at first.
No. Just because I'm saying that you do the least important thing first, and then you work your way up to the most important thing. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say you do your character first. I say do that first. Dig in to find out what kind of person you with. See, there's little things you can do. Like, for example, you can ask a person if you on the street, hey, can you throw this away from me? If they throw it on the ground, that's not a good that's not a good character person. But if they wait until you get to a trash can and then they throw it in the trash can, maybe you got something there. Because somebody is nasty enough to throw stuff on the ground, their house gonna be nasty. Their car's gonna be nasty. And if their car and their house is nasty, guess what else is gonna be nasty? The place you want to visit, right? The heaven that they got under wraps waiting on you, that heaven is going to be not kept clean. See, these are all things you can see right off the jump, but just little character tests you can test them to do, see if they're going to tell the truth, see if they're going to be clean, see if they're going to not be a hypocrite. You gotta find that out first before you end up spending a lot of time and money taking them out. Because she may feel like sometimes women feel obligated to have sex with you because you don't spend so much money on food and all these dates and all this stuff. And that's wrong, right?
Right. I agree. And I'm saying that just because you like the way someone looks doesn't mean you sleep with them. That means you go through all the other stuff. And then once you get through that, then the other step,
you're not going to be around somebody you're not attracted to. Obviously. Right. Okay. So you're not even going to be trying to spend time with somebody that you're not attracted to.
So I'm saying the conversations is what helps you to figure out the character as well.
Right. Well, some people. But what I'm saying is when you are not laser focused on the character, see, things happen, man. Things happen. You can have things happen where you can get so caught up in the attraction that you have till you're willing to bypass some of these things just to have an intimate encounter with this person. And so, especially when you're a young guy, you don't know when you're supposed to stop. You don't know when you're supposed to go forward. We don't know. Nobody teaches us this stuff, right? You don't find out until you went too far and you're in jail.
Right. Well, that's why I was trying to create. That's why I was creating that system to figure things out.
Yeah, but this is my point. This is my point. You got like somebody told you something outlandish. You might be telling them something outlandish as well. We're trying to stop you from doing that so that these young men can go out with a clean slate and know, hey, yeah, I know I want somebody to look good. Obviously, nobody have to tell me that. But what I need to know is how to deal with her when I get her. Because if you have a good looking woman that you're going to make all these concessions for, okay, I'm gonna talk to her, this and that. And some of these women, man, I'm telling you, man, they are so in tune with the male psyche that they know just how to pitch their voice to command you. They can control you just with the pitch of their voice, or just with a fragrance that they put on.
Right, and the thing about it is,
listen.
Right, I don't trust women. Do you trust women?
Listen. Just with the bat of an eye. Men do the same thing. They can see a woman that's been hurt, or a woman that has a gap in her life that she may want companionship, and he can do the same thing. So what I'm saying is, there's people out there they are professors, Dr. PhDs in manipulation, and you can cut the manipulation down by focusing on the character. Once you see patterns of manipulation, then you know already. You don't have to say nothing big. It's say, hey, look, have a nice life, right? Like Bolo said, you take the girl to the coffee shop, and the girl goes, coffee shop. Diamond, I can't believe you took me to a coffee shop. Well, I don't know you, right? That's like a woman, you expecting a woman to open her vagina to you. She don't know you, right? It's going to take a while for her to get to know you, feel comfortable enough to even let you, even remind you that she got a vagina, right?
Maybe, but yeah.
We got to be just as smart. But Diamond, I need you to give some closing remarks, man. We got to get out of here.
No, ain't no closing remarks. That's all. But I'll catch up with you later, bro. You have a good one, man.
All right, you too, brother. Thank you. This is your home, man. Never stop coming back up here, brother. We appreciate you. Even though we might get into it with you, man, we love you, man, for the pushback. All right, make the conversation very interesting. So, yeah, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
That's my job.
All right, brother. We love you. All right, I'm gonna pull Diamond down. All right, so that's Diamond. Came in the house, man. Rock the building as usual. Vaughn, are you there? Are you back?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, well, let's get Von Brian, and then let's go, man. Let's get up out of here. Sister Annie threw the timepieces at me, so we got to get up out of here.
Right, man. Well, praise the Lord. Listen, I had to get up and get some water because I got quite parched listening to that back and forth conversation there. Yeah, but what? It's all good though. I wanted to say this. Very good show today. Very good topic. You talked about 3 different things. That could affect you for the rest of your life.
Man,
I believe you started out talking about money, right?
Money.
Exactly.
How you make that money?
I have to be a good steward over that.
Yeah.
And then I believe the second one you spoke about diet and health, and that is definitely a decision that one should make, in their life as far as their health is concerned. And the third one, man, listen, the third one was sexual selection.
Yes.
Man, listen, that's one of the most important of the 3, actually, because, man, if you go back and listen to the footage, you'll see that we really expounded on that aspect of it.
Right.
And so, but brother Clarence, I would be remiss if I didn't add a 4th one to that. Not taken away from your topic, but when it comes to the most important decisions that you can make that will affect you for the rest of your life, and if you would allow me, I would just like to briefly add a 4th one.
Okay.
And that is the rejection of God.
Good point.
The rejection of God. You see what I'm saying? When we reject him, man, that puts us in a bad space. That puts us in a, oh my God. You see what I'm saying? When we reject this creatorial God, you see, Jesus says the one who rejects me and does not receive my words has a judge. He says, the word that I have spoken will judge him on the last day. You see what I'm saying? So, man, that I would just add that fourth thing right there.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And when we make up our minds to reject God, reject his word, reject the truth about God. You see what I'm saying? Man, I tell you, that puts us in a bad place.
Man.
The Bible says that if you would confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, the Bible says that individual will be saved, based upon their faith through grace. You see what I'm saying? For with the heart man believeth unto righteousness, and the mouth confession is made unto salvation. So yeah, man, that we need to add that fourth one on there. The rejection of who God is, the rejection of God, the rejection of the Creator. You see what I'm saying? Just the admission alone of the fact that we have sinned and we have transgressed against the law of God. We have to get to that place first, because some of us feel like we haven't done anything. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? We didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But the Bible says if you confess your sins, he's faithful and just to forgive you of your sins and cleanse you from all unrighteousness. So definitely, I would love to add a fourth one to those three that you had earlier.
Okay.
And that would be rejecting God. That would be a devastating decision for anyone.
Always
for
is.
anybody.
Always
Because
is.
without him, you can do nothing.
Yeah.
So, Brother Clarence, thank you again for this time. I didn't want to be that long-winded.
Oh,
I tried to be as patient as I could because I had to use the restroom, and a lot of little natural things are going on while Brother Diamond is,
Vaughn, please.
thing. But and praise God for Brother Diamond too.
Yeah, man.
I always enjoy hearing his perspective.
Good dude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So with that being said, God bless everyone that was on the panel tonight, everybody that was in the chat. And I look forward to the next fellowship.
Okay. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
That's Vaughn Bryant. Always solid in the house. Okay, y'all. What y'all think about today's show? Okay, I just want to talk about some things I was talking to my son about. And Vaughn put another good one on there about God and denying God. Like I said, these ain't the only three, but these are the three that I was talking to my son about this morning. But he's right. God, Vaughn was right. Denying God in a world like this, it don't even make sense to do it. You know what I mean? Maybe if everything was rosy-posy, I could see you making that kind of mistake. But in today's world, you ain't got no room to make that mistake. We don't have no room to make that mistake today. We need to pull up on God, man, because that's the only way we're gonna make it today. Only way we're gonna make it. I know. Man, what you talking about? I was dead, yet I live. I was dead. I was deader than Lazarus. Here I am talking to you. I'm a witness that God is powerful. I'm a witness because I prayed and asked him if he would let me stand up. If it was his will, I could stand back up again. Here I am. I never imagined to be able to move like this again. I never thought I would ever. I was in such pain. I never thought I would. But I was delivered, not because I'm a good person, not because he likes me, not because, no, he loves my faith and the faith that I have and my genuine faith. It's not oh, I'm just hurting, so I hope that is better. No, I've always been a praying man. Even when I was out there doing my dirt, I was always a praying man, asking God to help me. But, you know, I got to a point where I couldn't do the dirt no more. I just couldn't sleep at night no more doing that. I just wanted to change more than I wanted to do the dirt. And that's really where you see people's lives really change, is when they wanted to change more than they want to do the dirt. We trying to do some things different, y'all. I know y'all go to a lot of places, man. They do things a certain way. We trying to do things different, man. Trying to get these young men, we trying to put the program, because we see that they're not getting taught in the public school system. We ain't trying to blame the teachers. The teachers can only teach what they approved curriculum. They don't have a curriculum for Black young men, Latino young men that's out here. That's 13%. Black men are like 7% of the, or 6% of the population, and 50-something percent of the incarcerated population. That's crazy. That should let you know something's off, because statistically, white people commit more crime. They should be the major people locked up based on their numbers, based on the population numbers. They should be the most incarcerated people based on the number, based on the crimes committed. But what they see, this is what they don't tell you. Blacks are prosecuted more. Blacks are prosecuted more. Things are on our records more. That's what they don't tell you. That's why those numbers are so askew. Oh, the Black people are committing all these crimes. That's why they're 50% of the population. No. Statistically, white people commit way more crimes. They just don't get prosecuted as often. Their situations many times don't even make it to the DA's desk. Charges get dropped, or they just get spent a night in jail. They get let go. Happens. Anyway, that's the reality of that situation. But I just wanted to talk to our young men and put something down so that they can look back at it and see what we was trying to do, and hopefully get something out of this. I wanted to remind y'all about me and Curtis Harmon. Kurt, he checked in with me, man. Shout out to Kurt, man. That was a good dude, man. He was a good dude that I needed in my life at that point, man. I just lost my pops, and Kurt kind of stepped in there and was kind of giving me advice on this or that and this and the different things, man. Shout out to Curtis Harmon, DJ Curtis Harmon. Look him up, Google him. Good dude, man. But I mean, just Googling him is not going to do it for you, man. What you really need is to really meet him. If you met him, I'm going to try to get him over here. If you met him, you'll see how we click, man, because he and we just clicked when we met each other, man. He just took a liking to, just put me right up under his wing, man. Shout out to Kurt. Okay, y'all. That's it. Get out of here. We'll go to I hope and pray, man, that we can have a conversation. You can talk about the things that you got on you. I just don't, if I have a topic for Goda, I want to stay on topic. And the people want me to stay on topic. They'll text me or call me and say, hey, get on topic. Can you get back on topic? Don't ever go to take over the show and push the topic way off. And I know you got questions about those things, but sometimes the topic is too heavy. This is too heavy. It would be like if you would go to had a show and you was doing, your topic was the hostages, and I came over there talking about Black people, you'd be like, oh, Clarence, We're not talking about black people right now. We're talking about these hostages. And all of the people in your chat and everything want to talk about these hostages. And I keep bringing up, hey, did you see what, did you see what Martin Luther King said today? Did you see what Jesse Jackson said today? Did you see what Minister Farrakhan said today? Right? I'm bringing up all these issues that don't relate to the topic. That would be that situation. And so you finally say, okay, Clarence, look, I'm going to give you a Saturday when we can talk about Martin King and, Kamala Harris and all these people, Barack Obama, all these people. We can talk about it, Clarence. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be fair, but, most of my people don't even know about the stuff you're talking about. Anyway, Will's a good dude. He understands. All right. So anyway, let's do the rundown, and we'll be out of here. The chat was where it's at. The chat was where it's at. We had Sister Annie in there keeping things together. We didn't have Risa tonight. I don't know, maybe I kind of did an impromptu tonight. So, Risa might not have been able to make it because she was involved in something else. And of course, Rico was traveling. So, we had, our team, the team that was available here. And so shout out to everybody from the team that showed up. Appreciate y'all. Okay. The chat, strong performance from the chat. Very strong performance from the chat. Who do we have on the stage? We had 84, Vagoda, Diamond, Bolo, and Varnes. Hey, let's sneak and take a look at what Bolo's doing, y'all. Let's sneak and take a look at what Bolo's doing. Wait a minute, I just had it here. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Let's shh, be quiet, y'all. Quiet. So take a look at what Bolo's talking about.
3 million point something is coming. It's up to you. Yeah, I'm sorry, 12th Street. I'm sorry. So what does that mean? What that means is a lot of people pray, and they have no works behind their prayer. Right? I need a job, Lord. Please get me a job. The dude ain't looking through LinkedIn. They're not looking for no job applications or nothing. Like someone is just supposed to call you on your cell phone and say, hello, is this Bolo? Yes.
Yeah.
Master speaking?
Yeah.
Yes. This is $100,000 job, and we're calling. We want to offer it to you.
Yeah. We already got your chair right here, Bolo.
It doesn't go that way. Exactly, Vaughn. The one on the left uses resources incorrectly.
All right, y'all.
See, the
Go
one
on over there
right,
and check out Bolo right now. I'm going to shut that down.
chooses to make
Go
it
on over and check out Bolo. And see him. He's continuing the quest to try to straighten us out, man. Help us stay straight, man. God is the only one that can straighten us out, but we got to encourage each other, man. You got to be around people that encourage you to run to God, and don't depend on other people. Depend on God. Through other people, God can work, but God is the one you want to call, and God will send that person to you. All right, y'all. Who have we had? We had 84, Vagoda, Diamond, Bolo, and Vaughn on the show, on the platform. Everybody did a great job. Solid. Everybody was solid. Everybody was a strong performance. Everybody very solid. Okay, gang, we'll see y'all not Saturday. Saturday, I gotta go take a trip with the family. So probably Sunday. All right, we'll think of something. All right, y'all. Peace. Thank you for stopping by, all of you. Peace.